止まれ私の指にその指ごと連れてってあげる日暮らしがなく開かずの森へ後戻りはもうできない
Hello everybody, good evening, and welcome to another Higurashi stream. Shoutouts to Chikafuji Lisa, who was the one who sang the cover of that Higurashi opening song. Go check her out. She apparently does covers, and they sound good. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm hoping for some spooks tonight, because we had a shocking lack of that in our first Chapter 2 stream of When They Cry. How's it going? Hello DX, and hello Proxima! Lovely to see you both. Yes, welcome to the fun. And I don't think we should waste any time at all. Let's just get right into it, shall we? Alright. Oh, that's rough. Hollow Knight Rando without healing. That's gonna be tough. Okay, we don't have to watch the opening movie every time, no. That's something that we really need to do. Alright, so welcome back to Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 2, Watanagashi, everybody. So, we're off on our second stream. Last time, in our first stream, everything basically seems to just... Everything that happened in Chapter 1 doesn't really seem to be relevant to Chapter 2 at all. Like, things are happening with no acknowledgement of everything that happened in Chapter 1. All the characters are still alive. We're still doing weird gaming stuff. And yes, I apparently met quote-unquote Shion last time, even though I'm like 98% sure it's actually just Mion pretending. because it seems very weird that Mion had a twin sister the whole time that we didn't learn about. This is either something that's like, oh, well, this is either like an alternate timeline to chapter 1 where she does have a twin, but if she always had a twin, it seems weird that we wouldn't hear about her in chapter 1 at all, considering that we had the phone call with Uisi, and he kind of went over a lot of Mion. I feel like that would be kind of crucial information. Bottom line, I don't believe Shion exists as a separate person, and I'm probably never going to believe this unless I see Mion and Shion on screen at the same time right next to each other. Otherwise, it's, I don't know. It could be, it could not be, I don't really know. If this is a true redo, where's the best man Toмотake? Good question. Where is the buff photographer? We definitely need to figure that out. Hopefully we'll figure that out today. So, we're loading end of chapter 2 of chapter 2. If this was truly the end of chapter 2, I would have been extremely disappointed, because nothing creepy happened, no plot really advanced, and also, I paid money for this, unlike chapter 1. Well, I didn't. Someone gifted it to me. Money was paid for this. Anyways, let's continue. Yes! It's true best girl, the teacher. Oh, are we doing cooking lesson? Oh, yeah, she's skyrocketing to best girl status. Is her name actually Chi, or is that just Japanese for teacher? We have a school that's actually teaching real-life lessons like cooking. This seems pretty great. A lazy yeah wafted through the class in response. That's her name. It's 2 syllables. But there's only one. Is it Chai? I have no idea how to pronounce that. I scared my cat, or your cat. I apologize. Half of the school day today was going to be home economics class. Her name is Chie. Okay, I'll try to remember that. The plan was for everybody to make curry rice and give it to the forest rangers who let the building be rented out as a school. Oh, dang! This is awesome. Let's hope we make the curry better than they did in Tales of Symphonia. If everybody were making curry in the same pot, it would have been more of a party-like atmosphere, but this was school after all. Excluding the youngest students, each one of us would be making our own curry, with the results being judged. Uh-oh. Hey, Mobius, how's it going? I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days. I only just recently was made aware of that meme, and it is now one of my favorites. Yeah, this stream is not sponsored by Papa John's, but that was my pizza of choice in college, because it was the only pizza we had on campus. It was pretty good, but I haven't craved it since.
いいですか？今でこそカレーライスは手軽で簡単で誰にでも作れるメニューということになっていますが、カレーは本来インドを発祥とする古式ゆかしいちゃんとしたお料理です。
Is curry considered an easy meal anybody can make? Because I have certainly never made it before.
日本式にアレンジされたとはいえ、そこには古代インドの英知と文化が込められています。夢。そのことをおろそかにしないように。
Okay, so she wants the curry to be like super spicy.
真剣にやらない人は先生が本気で怒りますから、そのつもりで。
Okay, well, this teacher is not someone who you want to cross. That seemed like a needlessly passionate sermon on curry. Well, whatever. That wasn't really a sermon.
ちえ先生はカレーに命かけてるって噂でしたよ。
Oh, wait. So Toko just pronounced her name Chia, like Chia Pet. I'll have to listen to someone else say it. She's devoted her life to curry. Okay.
家庭科の点数なんか赤点でさえなければ適当でいいんだよ、適当で。
Well, Keiichi, you're the guy who can't cook worth crap, so...
適当なんて言わない方がいいよ。
Your mom literally asked... Your mom asked you and your dad to go out to dinner instead of trying to cook on your own. Like... Clearly that means you can't cook very well. Or, oh wait, no, never mind. They just didn't have food in the house. Okay, maybe Kate... No, when Keiichi was on his own in Chapter 1, he wasn't cooking for himself outside of ramen. Never mind. I was right the first time.
先生、カレーに関しては鬼だから。
A tyrant? What the heck?
なんだよ、そのカレーの鬼。
Oh no, is teacher gonna become a weirdo?
初耳だぞ。
I liked teacher because she was the only
普
normal
段は
one.
温厚ないい先生なんだけどね。どういうわけかカレーにだけはうるさいんだよ。変質的なくらいに。
That seems weird.
うん。秘伝のカレーを研究するためにって言って毎年インドに旅行に行ってるって言ってたもんね。風の噂ですとご飯は3食カレーライスでたまに他のものを食べる時でも必ずカレー味というこだわりぶりらしいですの。
Okay, that's weird.
それ変質的というより変態的だぞ。何か悪い宗教にでも入ってるんじゃないのか？
I wouldn't be
大体
surprised.
カレーなんてジャンクフードの筆頭じゃねえかよ。3食カレーなんて栄養的にも偏って。
Curry's junk food? Since when? Embedded into the table right by my fingertips, a chef's knife, ladle, and spatula hummed gently as they still quivered. The teacher, while still mixing her own pot, was looking this way, smiling.
ケイちゃん、シー、それ以上言ったら埋葬される。
Saying even a little bit more would make my situation a lot more dire.
へいへい。
Make
しっか
the
り
Dane
真面目に
curry.
カレーを作ればいいわけだろ。
Just don't add pineapple to it. That's weird.
でも今日はそう簡単にはいかないのです。あのね、みーちゃんが。
It's written all over her face. If the playing field is even and we're being judged, there's no way this won't turn into a competition.
分かってるねみんな。
Oh, brother.
料理勝負だ。
I'm just gonna get an A. I knew it! There's no way Mion would leave such an enticing event alone.
勝敗はどうするでございますの？先生の採点で決めますの？
As if saying, but wait, there's more, the teacher reappeared with the principal in tow. Oh no,
今日
Principal!
は営林署の皆さんへの感謝のイベントですから、先生だけでなく採点はみんなで行いますよ。
Oh wait, no, it's the park ranger
う
head.
ん、わしと先生と
Ooh!
それから営林署の方5人で採点する。
Okay, well, I gotta impress teacher.
各自健闘を祈
She
るぞ。
got it going on. Even the principal? Looking around, it seemed like the interests of everybody in the class had been piqued. Principal is not important enough to get his own Sprite.
のんびりしたカレーパーティーなんかには終わらせないよ。
レナ、カレーは得意だよ。今日は負けないよ。私の学年は班で作りますから、理科と一緒なのですわよ。
I'm willing to bet that Rena is the best cook out of all of us, since it seems like she actually has a lot of experience.
汚ねえ。リカちゃんは確かかなりの料理上手じゃ。
That's possible.
僕のカレーで美味しくって体がどうにかなっちゃうのです。
All right, we'll see about that. What about Mion? She doesn't seem like she's too good at cooking. Her type has always been bad at this kind of thing. But Mion continued to look unconcerned. What, you're saying that creepy girls can't be good at cooking
ケ
too?
イちゃんが今思ってることを当ててあげるよ。ミオンはきっと料理が下手に違いない。でしょう。
I don't like the way she said that. It couldn't be. Mion couldn't possibly. At that moment, the teacher's whistle sounded.
では皆さん、いいですか？
In order of best to worst cook, in your opinion, Rena, Mion, Rika, Satoko, Keiichi. I could see that. I wouldn't be surprised if that.
気をつけてくださいね。
Are you listening? Don't try to be an anime protagonist and swing the knives around. They are dangerous.
はじめ。
The call to arms had sounded. Remember, it's not about the fastest, it's about the best. We had to use an outdoor kit to cook the rice, but that wasn't that difficult for a camping veteran like me. We don't have a rice cooker? I'm screwed. Put the rice into the canister, push your palm to the bottom, and fill the water to just above the wrist.
本当にそんな水加減でいいんですの？
What type of rice are you using? If it's white rice, you don't need that much. If it's brown rice, you're gonna need like twice as much.
もっと入れないといけないそうですよ。
You filthy liar. If I put in any more, I'll just be left with some half-cooked porridge.
さとこ、それが罠のつもりなら残念だったな。俺は慣れてるぞ、飯合炊飯は。はじめちょろちょろ中パッパ。赤子泣いても蓋取るな。
へえ、
ケイチくんすごい
We just told her how to cook rice on her own.
ちょっと意外。
If it's a competition, that's to our disadvantage.
サマーキャンプで習ったのかな。
Something like that.
親父がデイキャンプが好きでさ、
I went to a place called Camp Green Lake, and we had to learn to make rice there
夏場なんかに
while
は
digging
よ
holes.
く家族で出かけるんだよ。
ってことは全員ご飯の炊き方は問題なし。つまり勝負の分かれ目はカレーの方ってことになるね。
As it should be.
カレーこそリカの独壇場ですのよ。
We'll see about
皆
that.
さんなんかコテンパンですわ。
Oh, so Satoko and Rika are on a team. I guess that makes sense, since they're apparently still elementary
リカ
school
のっ
aged.
てとこが泣けるぞ。お前も何か料理を手伝えよ。
ひょっとするとさとこちゃんは何もお手伝いをしないの
Yeah,
が
Satoko seems like the type who
一番
can't
のお手
cook
伝いなのかも
for
ね。
squat.
勝負は勝てば官軍でございますわよ。
We all... We're gonna learn eventually on my channel that the ends justifies the means is not true. And by that I mean, like, probably 2 or 3 years from now. Actually, at this point, probably 2 years from now. That was pretty malicious comment for Rena. And Satoko took it hook, line, and sinker. Rena could only apologize between fits of laughter while Satoko chased her around.
じゃあ早速カレーの方に行こうかね。ここからが勝負どころだよ。
After rinsing off the carrots, potatoes, and other standard vegetables, I grasped the knife. Oh, stop being such a wuss.
今日のカレーはどんな味？
As Rena hummed along, her very well-practiced hands wielding her knife, the rhythmical sound of the knife hitting the cutting board harkened to kind images of days long past. Simply put, it was perfect. It was so calm and practiced, I seriously don't stand a chance. I looked over at Satoko and Rika-chan. Satoko was in charge of washing the vegetables, while Rika-chan was in charge of peeling them. Why does he always refer to her as Rika-chan, but he doesn't add the honorifics to any of the other characters? Seems a little weird. That's what I heard being discussed, but Rika's knife skills were something else as well. She was happily rotating the potato and peeling it quite quickly. Oh, just with a knife, she don't even get the special potato peeler. Nice. On top of that, the peel spanned the entire potato. What was that called again? Katsumaraku? Katsuramuki. I've heard that peeling a vegetable in one loop around like that is a highly regarded technique. Oh, dang, she didn't even, like, have to do it in multiple ribbons? Oh, that is skilled. Real hardcore. She picked up the peel from the sink and carved a pair of eyes into it with her knife.
ヘビさんなのですよ。ガオー。
That's not what a snake sounds like. Saying that she placed the lonely peeled potato skin on top of the head of a boy from her group. She wasn't even breaking a sweat. Dang. Alright then, Rika. When it comes to Rika and cooking, I can't even hold a candle to her. But, roar? Do snakes make that sound? No. Alright then, how's Mion doing? She's definitely just fumbling along. There's no way she can peel a potato so effortlessly like that. Absolutely no way. Why is he so focused on looking at what other people are doing instead of actually doing the job?
そんなわけあるか。絶対嘘だ。トリックだ。SFX だ。
Yeah.
ワイヤーとか使ってるに違いない。
ほれビローン。
What was that noise? As if she had already won, Mion proudly showed me the elongated potato skin.
ケイチは知らないですか？ミーはおばあちゃんにお料理とかも教えても
Oh
らって
no!
るですよ。
Everyone knows Grandma's the best cook! I don't even know who her grandma is, but just as a rule of thumb, Grandma is the best cook. Nobody ever tells you about, like, oh, I learned the best cooking was always made by my aunt. It was, no, it's always, oh, the best cooking I ever had was my grandma's, like, homemade lasagna. I don't know why it's always Italian, but, uh-oh.
料理だけじゃないよ。裁縫からお花におこと重機から無線機ヘリの操縦まで何でもできるん
Dang!
だからね。
Renaissance Granny! Helicopter piloting? Okay, I gotta meet her grandma at this point. Her grandma sounds badass. Strangely enough, the latter items were more realistic. It was the first 2 items on that list that seemed like a lie.
本当はすっごくお料理上手なんだよ。面倒くさがって全然作らないけどね。
It's not a hassle. You just need to plan and make time for it. Damn it! I'm also really good at cooking! Especially Chinese
ケ
food!
イチ、お湯を沸かして注ぐのは料理に入りませんです。
Ooh, see? I told you. Like, for example, my nan makes amazing apple pie. It's fantastic. Love it. Shot down before I could even say it. Grandma the OG Tiger Mom. That's possible. We are in Japan.
ざまあないですわね。今日はケイチさんの一人負け確定ですわよ。
We'll see. It's she a pet teacher that I have to impress.
て
Clank!
めえだって料理できないだろが。
リカかわいそうかわいそうです。僕がケイチをコテンパンにしてあげますです。
There's something going on with Rika. Behind that cute smile belies a dark mind underneath. Ah, this does not look good. Everybody's smirking at me. Don't raise the white flag yet, Keiichi Maibara. Don't throw away this match. Calm down and think. Not about how to peel these potatoes well, but about how to win this challenge.
ここはギャラリーが多い。俺、他の流しで仕事するから。
Saying only that, I gathered up all the vegetables and left that spot behind.
ケイチ君大丈夫かな。包丁で指とか切らないか心配。
Keiichi would be fine with that if he wins the challenge anyways.
さてケイちゃんのお手並み拝見だね。
No matter how hard I try peeling these, if I slip up at this speed, I'll lop my fingers right off. Then there's only one thing left to do. Lop my fingers off.
岡村君。
Oh
君
no.
たちは4人でグループか。
It was the two underclassmen that had become my sworn brothers ever since that event at the toy store last Sunday. Also, apparently... Yeah, apparently these two do not actually have sprites outside of the console version. So the remake just uses their console sprites. Honestly, I couldn't tell. They had been paired with two girls for their group.
おはい
Was it Satoko and Rika?
女子2人が料理とか得意なんで
So they're just like, ew, boys, stay away, boys can't cook. And then Wolfgang Puck and
俺ら
Gordon
は
Ramsay beat them
遊ん
up.
でるだけで OK です
Both of them pointed at the girls. They're not as good as Rena, but they were both good enough at handling a knife.
担当直入に言おう。このままでは部活に負ける。君たちの班が向いた野菜をくれ。
Uh-oh. That's cheating.
前原さんほとんど恐喝です
True.
でもまあ話に
Oh no, is he gonna be a lech again?
交渉次第なら OK ってことですよ
たくましい奴らだな。まあ当然だ。ではこうしよう。俺が勝てたら、サトコ&リカちゃんグループのカレーを食わせて。
Okay. No, that's actually, you know, that's actually kind of wholesome.
どうしようかな
That's acceptable. Both of them were hesitant after such a weighty proposal. Just one more little push seems in order. Don't ruin it now, Keiichi. Very well then, let's make them an offer they can't refuse. I pulled both of them close by the shoulders and made my offer in a hushed tone.
もちろん、サトコとリカちゃんの食べかけをだ。
Oh, bro. Okay, well that's less wholesome.
スプーンもつける。
A red mist spouted vigorously from the noses of the two underclassmen. Again, not how nosebleeds work. I will say it every time they try to make it a thing.
ケイチさんも結構やりますのね。綺麗なじゃがいもですこと。
Having brilliantly cleared the vegetable peeling challenge, I returned to my comrades in triumph.
へえ、すごいねすごいね。
Just don't ask how I did it.
ケイチ君の皮むき上手だよ。
So, Keiichi doesn't have the actual practical life skills, but he's a smooth talker. That's what I'm learning.
違うね。ケイちゃんが向いたのはじゃがいもじゃなく牙でしょ。
ああ、俺はとっくに本気だぞ。
Oh, brother.
てめえらまとめてぶっ潰してやるぜ。
Kinda cringe. Having finished with preparing the vegetables, next is to boil a pot of water. Keiichi, if you can't do this, it's like the easiest thing to do in cooking. Then we add the vegetables in order of which takes the longest to cook. I learned this part from my mother when we were camping. But just cooking in order, it probably won't garner a lot of points. No! It's like cooking 01, not even 101. 101 is too high of a class for boiling water, okay? It's like it's a prerequisite for the 101 class. Look over at Rena. She already had a large variety of vegetables cooking together in a delicate balance. She wasn't being ambitious or calculating a way to win the game. She was making delicious food with a mother's touch. I have a feeling that I could somehow compete with Mion in terms of technique, but I would be no match for Rena. I told you, Rena seems like she's the supreme chef. The secret ingredient is hate. She was way out of my league.
うちのお母さんのカレーはね、いっつも具沢山だったんだよ。
Rena's mom seems like she owns her own restaurant.
だからレナのカレーも具沢山なの。
I could see it.
本当は一晩かけてじっくり煮たいんだけどね。
And her restaurant is Grandma's living room. That's apparently like a real restaurant in the Georgia area, I believe. There's like a restaurant called Grandma's Living Room where it's like literally just a grandma's house. And she just like invites a couple people in and just whatever grandma happens to be making that afternoon, that's what you eat. And apparently there's like a line out the door at 8 a.m. or something. Seems interesting.
頼む。
Certainly a unique business model.
俺のカレーにも少しお力を貸してくれないか。
ダメだよ。
Yeah, fair
これ
enough.
部活だもの。レナは負けないよ。
When she enters club mode, even the normally kind Rena becomes an enemy. No cheating. Well, he already did cheat, but looks like Rika-chan is cooking apples as well. Ooh, she's like a pro at this. Apples? For curry? Really? How about Mion?
あ、ミオンてめえ、そりゃなんだよ。ハンバーグなんてどこから。
Oh, she wins. If the curry don't have meat in it, it's not going to be as good as the curry with meat in it.
行事予定表で今日のことをあらかじめ知ってたからね。
Mion just went to the field to slaughter the cow.
下ごしらえはバッチリってわけよ。私のカレーはゴージャスに行くよ。
Actually, wait a minute. If this is like an Indian dish, you probably wouldn't add beef to it. It'll be fabulous! Upon closer inspection, it looks like Mion brought her own vegetables and spices and other ingredients. They were spread all over the place. Teacher's not gonna like that. Teacher wanted authentic ingredients that were provided. Mion, just for today, you brought all this stuff from your house.
異議あり。
Objection!
先生、こんなのありですか。
異議を却下します。
Uh-oh. Man, can she be the judge in the next Ace Attorney game?
美味しいカレーができれば先生は何でも OK です。
Okay, then I'm going to the store. For that normally serious teacher to go so far as to append a star to the end of her sentence. Just as the rumors said, she's a through and through curry freak.
レナとリカちゃんは天性の料理上手。私は入念な事前準備。で、ケイちゃんは
I don't like all the trash talking that's happening. It's hopeless. In the grand scheme of cooking, peeling the vegetables is only a small part of it. Yeah, no duh! This guy literally has never cooked a day in his life. The hurdles I must overcome are just too numerous and too high!
前原さん、こっち、こっち。
Turning around, I saw the voices calling me belonged to the two underclassmen from earlier, Tomidas-kun and Okamura-kun.
なんだよお前ら。ん？その鍋はなんだよ。お前らの班の。
They're just stealing all of the stuff from their group because they're like, we want to eat the curry.
これ気づかれないうちに前原さんの鍋とす
The
り替えてくだ
girls
さい。
that are on their team are going to hate them forever for this.
うちの女子のカレーなら前原さんが作るよりは出来はいいと思います。
You guys, for me?
勘違いしないでくださいよ。僕たち前原さんに勝ってもらわないと。そう。
Oh, that's right. If I don't win, then the talk of eating Satoko and Rika-chan's curry goes right out the window. Seems like you guys are getting riled up about this too.
すまん。世話になる。だが、お前らのグループの女子が。
They didn't. They stole it.
前原さん、俺たちも本気ってことです。
Filling in on day duty time 3 times, these guys, to assure me victory, have paid the price. That gaze filled with burning conviction from my underclassmen. Yeah, I'm not fighting this alone. I'm fighting this with everyone!
任せておけ。
Teamwork!
腹は空かせておけよ。
My friends are my power!
絶対に食わせてやるからな。
お待ち申し上げております。
Don't yell! People will think it's weird. They'll realize we're up to something. It's a gas stove, so controlling the heat is easy. That's the nice thing about gas stoves. All that's left is to let it stew a bit. The delicious smell of curry began wafting upwards. The pot gifted to me by my two underclassmen certainly drew some double takes. Rena even looked surprised when she came to take a look, so it must be pretty good.
ケイちゃんやるじゃない。これは最後までわからない勝負になったね。
ケイチくんのカレーレナも食べてみたくなっちゃうな。
Just don't ask me to ever make this again.
レナのカレーもミオンのカレーもみんな強敵だよ。俺の最善は尽くしたが結果はどうか。
ケイチさん、リカが呼んでますわよ。
Uh-oh.
言ってあげてでございますわ。
This could be bad. What? Rika-chan's calling me? What could it be? Well, whatever. While I'm at it, I can gather some intelligence on the enemy. Rika-chan was doodling on the ground in front of the pot, because all that's left is to let it stew. Even then, it's good to know that she doesn't leave the stove unattended. Yeah, that's also
リカちゃ
a
んの
bad
方
thing to
は
do.
どんな具合だい？
She just has her mouth open like, Hi, been waiting for you.
カレーさんなのです。
Oh, brother. Huh? Rika-chan was doodling something strange and introduced it as Mr. Curry.
カレーさんはすごいのです。目からビームも出ます。ビー。
Apparently, Mr. Curry shoots beams from his eyes. Drawing a beam with a stick, she etched a line towards my feet. Does this mean I've been shot with a laser?
おーバリアービーム反射
I took another stick in my hand and reflected the beam, striking Mr. Curry.
カレーさんのお腹からはミサイルも撃てるのです。
Well, this is kind of weird.
ビシュー。
おりゃ
Why does she have like such a dull voice? Pishu.
ー前原超電磁バリアーそして反撃のビーム
カレーさんはビームエネルギーを吸収して波動砲を撃てるのです。
She's trying to distract us to our curry burns. Rika-chan and I scratched at the ground, thoroughly engrossed in our doodle war. Wait a moment.
なあリカちゃん俺に何か用があって呼んだんじゃないのか？
はい、呼びましたですよ。でももうご用は終わっているのです。
I knew she was going to distract. Yeah, see? At that moment, a chill ran up my spine. Already fulfilled her purpose?
やられた
Headed back to my pot, standing there just as I feared, was Satoko. With no questions asked, I drop-kicked the back of her head. Football
し
punt!
ますの
Hey, Sonic, how's it going?
レディの頭を何だとお思いですの。
なことはどうでもいいまさかサトコ俺のカレーに何か混ぜたんじゃ
失礼な。そこまで落ちぶれてはおりませんわ。
Yeah, if she's outright going that far, then she out.
こう見えても私フェアですのよ。
I've told you, Rika knows exactly how people perceive her and uses that to her advantage.
じゃあこのよくわからない並べ方をしてあるしゃもじとかお皿とかはなんだ
Going back to the pot of curry, bruh.
こんな不安定な置き方をして倒れたらどうすんだよ
At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, knocking over a ladle that was stood up by its end. The ladle, like a domino, fell over and knocked over the next cooking utensil in a row.
これは芸術だなそういえば昔テレビでドミノ倒し世界記録に挑戦なんてのが流行ったよな
I didn't even have time to react. The chain reaction knocked over a cutting board, then a frying pan. The next after that was... my pot. The frying pan struck my pot full force, tipping it over. The contents cruelly spilled out, and now my masterpiece was being sampled by the schoolyard. I stared, dumbfounded. It was such a beautiful and elaborate mousetrap that for a moment I lost touch with reality. Well, because you're stupid. Also, Satoko's disqualified now. But you also were too, because you both
大
cheated.
惨事ですわね。私は何もしてませんのよ。
Yes, you did. At the very last moment, I had let my guard down. I ignored the culinarially incompetent Satoko for far too long. Even if she couldn't cook, Satoko still had this method of fighting back. Well, that's literally cheating, so... Just then, Rena, who had been sampling her own pot, let out a scream.
カレーレナのカレーしょっぱいよしょっぱいよ。
Was Rena also sabotaged? Then what about Mion?
私のはご飯がしょっぱい。やられた
Off with her head!
こ これで邪魔者は戦う前に全て一掃でございますのよ。
Watch the curry Keiichi actually made being the best one.
せっかくの力作が台無しなのです。
So when Rika said she was good at making curry, she just meant that she and Satoko were good at making other people's curry bad.
かわいそうかわいそうなのです。かわいそうかわいそうですわよ。
You two are evil. Rika and Satoko had rubbed my dumbfounded head to their heart's content. Pushing the desks together, it was about time for the meals to be judged. The delicious odor of curry spread throughout the courtyard. The members of the forestry service, to whom we owed gratitude for their daily work, were guided to their seats. Principal gave a bit of ceremonial introduction. Next, the teacher expressed her desire for them to judge the curry contest. The men from the forestry service seemed to like that kind of thing, and gave their enthusiastic approval.
さて皆さんできましたね。ではこれから審査員の皆さんと校長先生と私で試食をしますからね。
Everybody in the class brought up their painstakingly made curry and arranged them on the desk. The only club members who managed with a decent result were Rika-chan's group. Knowing full well it was a failure, Rena plated her curry for the judges. She already knew that it was going to get a low score. But at least she was still able to serve hers. Both Mion's and my curry were completely obliterated, so we couldn't even line them up on the table. Wait, what? Mion's rice was salty, but that was it. The judges started from the curry made by the lower grades. They had a lively discussion, praising the food. Finally, it was our curry's turn.
次は竜宮君のカレーであるな。実にうまそうである。
The principal cheerfully shoveled a spoonful of Rena's salty curry into his mouth. Of course, his expression immediately changed.
あらあらあら。
Uh-oh!
リグさんどうしちゃったんですか？
What did you do to the curry? I can't believe you would do that. She looks so disgusted in the original art style. Yeah, that doesn't really look like... Man, she looks pretty radically different in the 3 different art styles.
途中まではあんなに美味しそうだったのに。
Chia Sensei must have had some expectations, judging from her disappointment. Yeah, Satoko dumped too much salt in. No, tell her exactly what happened.
間違えてお塩を一袋入れちゃって。
The rest of the judges grimaced after they each had a bite. I feel sorry for them.
失敗こそ成功の調味料である。
Oh, hey, that's, I like that.
次回に期待するぞ。頑張りたまえ。
Saying that, the principal devoured the rest of the oversalted curry in one go. Truly a man amongst men. Wow! Maybe he just really, really likes salt. Rena was down and out. Her offensive capabilities were something else, but she was defeated due to her weak defense.
では次は僕たちのご賞味いただくのですよ。
Is Rika not considered an underclassman? Did she skip a bunch of grades? Maybe she did.
フルデさんの班のカレーもとっても頑張っていますね。どれどれ？素朴だけどこれはとても美味しくできてます。
There was a star at the end of it. That's an asterisk. It means that she had more to say about it. There was also the incident with Rena's salted curry right before this, so the judge's assessment was extraordinarily high. Maybe not just extraordinary, but perhaps today's forerunner? The judges began a heated debate. One of those judges let out a sigh as he removed a chunk of carrot with his spoon.
この子のカレーも結構悪くないけどな。俺、人参嫌いなんだよね。
Well, how would she know that? Personally, I think that carrots are a staple of curry. Carrots are, like, low-key my favorite vegetable. In terms of how much I eat, they're definitely my favorite vegetable. But I guess to each their own. However, seeing that, Rika-chan read the nameplate on the chest of his coveralls and began to speak.
ダメですよ、教授。
Whoa! New Rika sprite from the looks of it. She looks so disappointed in all of these. How dare you.
人参を残してはいけません。
What is she saying all of a sudden? Everybody turned to Rika-chan with a stunned look. But what Rika-chan just did was super effective. The carrot-hating judge began stuffing his face with curry while tears streamed down his face.
教授、おかわりありますですよ。
I'm not reading that one out loud. While crying like that, he continued to shovel curry into his mouth. Oh, brother, that's right. Rika's curry was by no means simple. No, That curry had the taste of a mother's cooking. With the carrot-hating judge out of the picture, Rika's assessment was unanimous.
リカのカレーには誰もかないませんのよ。
I don't think her curry had anything to do with that. Satoko let off a shrill laugh as she declared victory, but at that moment...
騙されてはなりません。審査員の皆々様、貧乏臭さをお袋の味と錯覚させるなどまやかしのいいとこ。
Way to sell it, Mion!
皆様方が本当に食べたかったのはこういうカレーじゃない？
Ooh! All of a sudden, in all of its perfect glory, Mion's curry. Not only the judges, but the teacher, the underclassmen, and of course myself could only gasp in admiration. Hamburg steak with a demi-glazed sauce and a fresh salad. That's not curry! It's a set! It wouldn't be stretching it to say that this was a full-course meal! It's perfect. Perfectly made! But it's not curry.
すごいすごい。
That's called a hamburger patty.
みーちゃんすごい。
Which is still delicious, but it's not curry. Satoko was also shocked. Even Rika couldn't hide her surprise. It seems the victor was decided without even needing a taste. Of course, the hamburger was hand-kneaded. The salad also had a home-style dressing, but of professional quality. And the curry, not even a micron of grit.
とっても美味しい。実に豊かな味わいですよ、園崎さん。このカレーこそインド6000年の英知と日本人の食文化の美しい融和の生きた証。
Yep, nothing says Indian cuisine like hamburgers.
先生、感激です。これは満点の仕上がりですね。100点をあげちゃいます。
いえいえ、どういたしまして。クラス委員長として模範を示したまでです。
Sure. Mion bowed politely, and then winked at us with a smirk on her face.
僕の負けなのです。
Look, Rika, that is what you get for with the sabotage. I know Satoko was the one who technically did it, but you were completely in on it and okay with it. But also, Mion should not win, because she didn't make curry!
確かに半分に再興しましたのに。
That's right. Satoko dumped salt into Mion's rice cooker, which should have ruined it. At that moment, it hit me. I spun back towards my own canister. That's why? She stole ours. At some point, my cooking canister had been opened, its contents completely emptied.
ミオンめー、俺のご飯を使いやがったな。ずるいぞ。
Literally nobody played fair except for Rena, and that's why Rena deserves to win.
お前のカレーも半分よこせ。
Mion clicked her tongue and waved her finger at me as a smirk washed over her face.
おっとケイちゃん、それは甘えてるよ。
I hate this attitude. Oh, you didn't anticipate me cheating? That means you're not taking the game seriously. It's like, no, games have rules for a reason.
この最後の土壇場をケイちゃんは諦めた。私は諦めなかった。
You are a thief.
そういう差でしょ。
I mean, so is Keiichi, though. So again, I think Rena should win.
勝負は捨てたらおしまいってこと。
I couldn't even properly voice my shame.
みーちゃん、ケイチくんかわいそうだよ。ちょっとくらいなら分けてあげても。
いいのいいの。これは授業料だよ。ケイちゃんは今、勝負を最後まで捨ててはいけないことを学んだの。
He didn't give up, but it loathes me to say it, but Mion is right. No, she's not. To give up so quickly on the match was my own fault. You didn't give up? Well, actually, I guess maybe he did. For Mion to have brought that to my attention, I should actually be thankful to her. No, you should not! Well then, did that mean that even in this situation I shouldn't give up?
カレーは鍋ごとひっくり返し、ご飯すらも残ってない。この状況でどう勝負を諦めるなんて言うんだよ。
前原さん。
Tomitas-kun and Okamura-kun suddenly appeared. Damn it! Even though my proteges had tried so hard, I wasn't able to meet their expectations.
事故ですよ。仕方ないです。
Oh, it wasn't an accident, it was sabotage. Both of them were dejected. Ugh! I couldn't accept defeat so easily. I was their senior! What would I be if I didn't pick up the broken pieces of the dream I had shown them? I just learned it from Mion just now, didn't I? Don't throw away the contest. Not until the last moment.
考えろ前原圭一、考えるんだ。カレーを作る方法じゃない、勝負に勝つ方法だ。
This is sounding a bit like Ace Attorney. Turn my thinking around.
くわー
Why are you freaking out? I had an idea. I didn't think it could turn the tables, but it was better than nothing.
富田君、手を洗ってこい。手伝ってくれ。岡村君には探してきてほしいものがあるんだ。了解です。
Both of them dispersed after receiving these instructions.
ほう、最後にケイちゃんがどうあがくか見せてもらおうじゃない。
往生際の悪い男は嫌われますのよ。
うるせえ。俺の最後の勝負を黙って見てろ。まずミオン、お前の飯盒をもらうぞ。嫌とは言わせん。
別にいいけど、しょっぱいよ。
I was about to be like, it's your rice, Keiichi, but no, it actually is her. You're taking the salty one.
レナも手伝っていいよね。ケイチ君、非常事態だし。
そう言ってもらえるなら心強い。じゃあレナ、お茶を入れてくれ。
はあ、信頼されてない。
The tea is the most important part.
それからサトコ、そしてリカちゃん、一騎打ちを申し入れる。
なんですって。お話を伺いますですよ。
This is my duty to my two proteges who shed blood, sweat, and tears for my sake. No, they didn't. Oh,
俺
no.
が100
The
点
other
を
two.
もらえたら、さ、お前らのカレーをいただく。飯抜きだ。
冗談もほどほどでございますのよ。
Well, I guess you could eat a little bit.
そんなのあかんぺーでございますわよ。
いや、
She's like, that's the only food I get this week.
受けなよ。
Firmly patting the top of Satoko's head, Mion said those words with all the gravitas of a club
こ
president.
れだけの致命傷を与えたんでしょ。再起なんかあるわけがない。
No, that, again, not handicap.
だ
Sabotage.
からサトコも堂々としてなよ。どうあがこうと逆転などあるわけがない。そうでしょ。
そうでございますけど。僕はいいですよ。ケイチ、ファイト、おーです。
Okie dokie. The judges, seemingly growing tired of sampling the various curries, were debating each entry. From what little I overheard, it seemed that Mion's impending victory was not in question.
そういえば、前原くんのカレーはどうなりましたか？
Sabotage.
先生、まだ食べてませんよ。
はい。俺のカレーは、鍋がひっくり返ってしまい。
ん？そうであるか。
Sorry, Principal.
それは実に残念である。
Uh-oh. When he has 2 exclamation points, that's how you know he's
カ
upset.
レーは失いましたが、勝負を失ったわけじゃありません。皆さんをうまいと言わせてみせます。
Are we gonna bribe everybody with 220s? My combative posturing had drawn the attention of all the
まず
judges.
は黙って食ってください。
Just shut up and eat this!
僕はそれから伺います。これが俺の料理だ。
Getting a little too into it, bro.
前原くん、それは。
Dang, teacher is not happy with us right now.
ん？おにぎりであるか。
The judges smiled wryly at the simple fare that was quite in contrast to the preceding bravado. Rana poured tea into the cups that she had brought over from the break room.
バカにしてますわ。それに、ほら、中身も何にもない、ただの塩にぎりではありませんの。こんなの勝負にもなりませんわ。確かに、塩加減は悪くないかもしれないけど。
Rena's expression told me that she thought it was a great idea, but it might still not be enough to win the match.
前原さん、本当に
What is he doing?
なので
I serve you
できるんですか？
plain rice.
後輩諸君、
The gentleman.
よく尽くしてくれた。大丈夫。黙って見てるんだ。
The judges were chewing with their mouths full and sipping at the tea. Nobody was singing praises or awestruck. They were just quietly chowing down.
ケイちゃんも卑怯な手を使うようになったね。
How did it come to this? Because again, they're just eating unsalted rice right now. Or no, oversalted rice. Which is worse.
こりゃつらいな。
そうか、レナにも分かったよ。どういうことですの？なんでみんな黙ってあんなにも食べてますの？それはね、さとこちゃん、審査員さんたちね、実は。
They're so tired of eating curry that they're eating salty rice. Because they were the judges, they had to sample each and every offering. And because they were from small children, because they were made to show their appreciation, they couldn't just eat a little bit of each.
男はな、時には味よりもその時味は心震わせるものよりも素朴であることが望ましい。
There's no way this actually works, right? They couldn't say it out loud, but this was the tastiest fiend they'd had today. No, it wasn't! What? I confirmed that by looking at their eyes as the judges smiled wryly.
健闘は称えるが、今日はカレー勝負。
Yeah, so why did you give Mion full marks when she made a hamburger?
これに点数を与えて良いものなのか。
The teacher and the principal had folded their arms while they pondered the situation. My underlings, seeing that, saw the small glimmer of hope fall away and grew dejected. Was this little surprise just not enough?
諦めるな、ケイちゃん。
Mion whispered quietly. That's right. If I didn't push here...
いえ、先生。採点はしていただきます。カレーとおにぎりを異なって評価することに、そもそも致命的な間違い
Is he
があり
about to bullshit his way through this?
前原くん、何を言ってるんですか？カレーとおにぎりがなぜ？
The principal stopped the teacher. It looked like he was giving me one final chance. The judges, having eaten their fill, quietly waited for my statement.
本場インドのカレーは何というパンで食べるそうですね。
Naan bread, yeah.
ですからこのカレーライスという料理はそれを取り入れアレンジした日本の食文化の一つと言えるでしょう。冒頭に先生がおっしゃられた通り、インドと日本の文化の融合の
There's no
結晶
curry
なのです。
in what you served them, though.
前原くんの言うことはわかります。でもそれとおにぎりにどんな関係が？
とても簡単なことなんですよ。カレーもおにぎりもお米を美味しく食べるための知恵なんです。
There's no way this works, right? Rice was introduced to Japan from ancient China. Our agricultural forebears watered the fields, fighting the elements, disease, and pests to grow and raise our rice-centric culture. Yes, the Japanese people have formulated a plethora of dishes, but those were nothing more than attempts to find ways to enjoy eating rice. In other words,
カレーもおにぎりも同じ米食文化の結晶なのです。
but they're not the same thing. Idiot. It was scattered at first, but it slowly grew into a steady roar. It was a thunderous applause that praised me. This is the stupidest thing.
よまいごともほどほどになさいませ。認めませんわよ。先生はカレーの出来を採点してますのよ。こんなのは採点外。0点がふさわしいに決まってるでございますわ。
So did yours because you literally ruined everybody else's dishes.
先生、ケイチ君は頑張ったんです。
She's like, full marks.
認めてあげてください。
カレーの授業のはずだったのにどうしましょう。
Mion, stifling her laughter, stepped forward.
かつてフランスからある高名なシェフが来日した時、ホテルの人たちがさまざまな材料をフランスから空輸したんだそうです。でもそのシェフはそれらに見向きもしませんでした。
どうしてなのですか？本場の材料さんなのですよ。
He traveled to Japan because he wanted new ingredients.
シェフは地元の漁港へ行き、日本で採れた新鮮な幸を使って料理を作ったそうです。食文化は決められたルールに縛られるものじゃない。
If you tell someone to make a given dish and they don't make that dish, they fail. I don't care about but cooking. Remy, cooking is all about creativity. No.
日本に来れば日本の文化と溶け合ってまた新しいものを形作る。だからカレーもおにぎりも
This is
同じ
literal
日本の
nonsense.
文化なんです。
This is very stupid. Mion. She was providing fire support. I had to be grateful. The judges were somehow moved by this complicated yet baseless trivia. A stern look washed over the teacher's face as she refolded her arms.
前原くんは カレーのお鍋をひっくり返してしまったそうで
She's
す。
like, you clearly tried to make curry, but then you failed, and so you just presented this and you're trying to bullshit your way through it.
危ないから気をつけなさいと初めにあれだけ言ったのに。
Oh, I didn't knock it over. Satoko did.
すみません。
Why are they not just telling the truth?
ですが前原くんや園崎さんが言うように
Just
食
as...
文化には
Ah!
ありません。人を心底感嘆させるものならその形式は何ら差別されるものではない。
Every time I play a visual novel on my channel, I lose brain cells. Except for Ace Attorney, and that's why that's the best visual novel.
じゃあ
And Ghost
Ja.
Trick.
お鍋をひっくり返したので減点20。でも今日だけですよ。くじけないで頑張ったので特別に20点プラス100点をあげておきましょう。
This is so dumb! Now we can eat girls' pant! Oh, wait, what? My underclassmen leapt at me. A perfect score! We did it! We did it! Foisimo! We did it! The curry was spilt and our rice was taken. But we made a comeback. You shouldn't have. In the end, Rika-chan's curry was also received full marks, so everybody but Rena had a perfect score. That's a shame because she was the only one who deserved to win! Since this contest was outside the scope of regular club activities, there wasn't any particular penalty game. Rena breathed a sigh of relief.
さて約束だぞ。さとこにリカちゃん、君たちのカレーは没収する。
それじゃ私たちのお昼がなくなっちゃいますわ。
It's okay, you can eat the curry you spilled on the ground! Satoko stomped angrily at the ground in frustration, but the price of defeat was
と
absolute.
言いたいところだが情けだ。半分は食ってよし。
ケイチ、ありがとうなのです。
My two protégés peered over from the sidelines, tears of joy streaming from their faces. We exchanged glances that would only be understood amongst men. We did it, Mayabara-san! Ah, this is all thanks to you. We flashed each other a thumbs up.
さてこのカレーは後輩たちに渡してった。俺も腹が減ったよな。自分のおにぎりでも食うか。で、あれ
There was no trace of my onigiri. The ones I had set aside for myself included. As I peered around searching for them, the principal clapped a hand on my shoulder.
さっきの前原君の話を聞いていたら噛み締める米の味がひときわ美味での。
Uh-huh. He really is principal, isn't he?
ひょっとして
I was hungry. Everyone's curry sucked. I wanted salty rice. The principal simply laughed without answering. Seriously? My eyes half brimming with tears and my stomach rumbling, I was called over by the teacher.
前原くん、さっきはああいう場だったので満点ということに
She's
し
like,
ま
but
したが
you didn't make curry.
分かっていますね。
分かってって何がっすか？
What? Is the teacher gonna go crazy in this timeline? There was an odd glint in the teacher's eyes. If I had to describe it, it was curry-colored. Like a pot of stewing curry, her eyes whirled around in a spiral. A chill washed over me. The teacher clutched me by the shoulders and drew me in closer until our noses were almost touching.
カレーはこの世で一番尊くて神聖な素晴らしい料理です。それとおにぎりを同一扱いするなんて断固許せません。いいですか？カレーは四大河川文明に匹敵する第五の文明として古代インドに生まれ、アショカ王の時代にカピラ城で釈迦の生誕にバンコク食文化博覧会が絶賛して、ミシュランぐるぐるエッフェル塔すらもカレー漬けをぐつぐつ煮込んで、ターメリックを寝ても覚めてもカレーカレーカレーカレー。
Okay.
ちょっとケイチさん、
I guess the teacher's the crazy one in this chapter.
何をフラフラしてますの？
Was not expecting that
後
twist.
片付けもお料理の一部ですのよ。ケイチくん、目がカレーだよ。
Oh!
どうしたのかな、この。
Oh, did I just curry favor with Rena? Curry, curry, curry.
あっちゃやられたか。大丈夫、一昼夜で元に戻るよ。多分。
Oh, man. It wasn't that long before hunger brought me back to my senses. Well, alright then. There's a new crazy in town, and her name is Chia. Chia Pet, Chia Pet. In the end, all the onigiri was eaten by the principal, so I had to make do without lunch. Skipping lunch. I never knew the afternoon could feel so long and painful. A feeling other than drowsiness made me space out.
大丈夫かな、ケイチ君。だからレナのカレー食べなよって言ったのに。
Uh-oh. Wait, what did you have for lunch then? As if I could eat this curry with enough salt in it to make my blood pressure rise just by looking at it. Is that what I said as is what I said as I initially refused? I could only regret it. The hunger, the stomach ache.
まあま
This fasting is hard?
あよくしのいだよ。あの絶対的な状況下からつくづくケイちゃんは追い詰められてからが強いね。
今はどんな褒め言葉もいらん。飯をくれ。
We gotta hit Arby's on the way
何かある
home.
んでしょ。
うちってお菓子とかの買い置きはないんだよ。カップ麺も今は底をついてるし。
That's the only thing he can actually make. Can your grandma make me some
我
cookies?
慢して待ってれば今日のお夕食はきっと美味しいよ。
It's true. Hunger is the best seasoning. I had absolutely no intention of laughing along. Come on, Mion, can your grandma make me
じゃ
cookies?
あこの辺で
Please.
また今日もバイトでね。
Oh, that one.
慣れない職種はしんどいよ。
Well, say hi to Shion for me. Ah, that job at the Hooters family restaurant, huh? That doesn't sound right. That uniform was somewhat stimulating. Ugh.
やっぱウェイトレスさんってハードワークなんだな。
みーちゃんってウェイトレスさんやってるの？本当にどこのお店かな？はお。
Rena, we're not taking you there. It's indecent.
違う。私はそう先日のおもちゃ屋さんの店番なの。
Oh, that's a much better part-time
ウ
job.
ェイトレスさんはシオンで。
Oh, right. Shion. Uh-huh. Ah, my bad. I completely forgot that was how it ended up being.
ごめん。あまりにもよく似てるから間違えた。
ケイチ君、シオンって誰かな？
Oh, she's, Mion's completely real, definitely not fake, twin sister. Rena asked the obvious question.
あ、ミオンの双子の妹。
Why? What is with these visual novels' obsession of being like, it's the younger twin? They're freaking twins.
性格は違うけど、外見は瓜二つなんだ。
She doesn't really have a different personality, actually. Like, not at all.
外見は似てるけど中身は大違いなんだよ。私は優しくて思慮深いけど、シオンは冷めてておっかない性格なんだよね。
多分生まれた時にミオンの女の子らしい部分は全部シオンに行っちゃったんだと
They
思う。
literally look identical.
ミオンと違って実にはにかんだ笑顔の似合う可愛い女の子なんだ。
They literally look identical. She also wasn't that cheerful.
ケイちゃん。
What was that noise? Rena interjected as her eyes darted back and forth from our exchange. It's really important which one is the elder based on the hierarchy and respect society. Okay. It just always strikes me as weird when they like put so much emphasis on it.
レナ会ったことないの？
Yeah, it's almost like she doesn't actually exist.
みーちゃん、妹がいるなんて話してくれたことあったっけ？
They're either like extremely estranged from each other, or like this is complete BS. Shion's existence was already being exposed as a cover-up. I couldn't help Mion out here. I could only have her end this charade.
うん。レナには紹介したことなかったかな。私の双子の妹でシオンって言うんだよ。
Very descriptive.
知らないよ。聞いてないよ。
Rena's just kind of calling her out in her polite
みーち
way.
ゃん家に行っても会ったことないよ。
That's right, Rena's actually been to her house.
ほら知ってるでしょ。バッチャと住んでるのは私だけだから。
Yeah, I believe that.
シオンは沖宮の実家に住んでるの。あんまり仲が良くないから、こっちには来ないんだけどね。
ふーん。
Rena's face indicated that she wasn't sure if she was convinced. She was usually a bit of an airhead, but she was unusually sharp when it came to these kinds of things.
まあ嘘じゃないんだ。信じてやってくれ。
Okay, I believe you. As she said, yeah, I believe you, a smile suddenly blossomed on Rena's face.
レナもいつか会ってみたいな。
Yeah! We should see the two of you in the same frame at the same
レナ
time.
の顔を見に行ってみるね。どこのお店で働いてるのかな。
その
Ah, she's getting more tangled in her little web. I could tell that Mion was growing increasingly frantic. I wanted to help her out, but it was hard for an outsider to butt in on family issues.
ごめん、バイトもう急がないと。じゃあね、レナにケイちゃん、また明日。
Unilaterally ending the conversation, Mion headed home. No matter how you looked at it, she was running away. We'll just label this one as an emergency escape.
みーちゃんなんだか可愛かった。なんでかな。
Rena giggled in amusement. Such a shame that I know she's a psychopath. Back to home, back to home. I wonder when dinner is. Would lying down be the best way to conserve energy? I sprawled in the entryway without even taking off my shoes. You missed one meal. It's not that big of a deal. As I was losing the last vestiges of my consciousness, the doorbell rang. Oh, is it Uber Eats? It seemed I had a guest.
はいどうぞ。開いてますよ。
You sound so happy. I directed my listless voice at the door. Well, which one of the free people that exist in this town is it going to be? Is it going to be Chia?
どうもこんにちは。
Wow, that's a new outfit.
ケイちゃん、
Hi,
何やってん
Mion.
ですか？
Oh, I know. Oh, I'm sorry. Shion. Dang, they did give her a different outfit, though. Hi. Hi, girl. It seemed my guest was Mion, or rather, Shion. She seemed shocked when she saw me sprawled out in the entryway.
シオンか。またどうして？
I thought that Shion's existence was an illusion that was limited to when Mion was at the restaurant. That's why I never even considered that Shion would appear here.
お姉に聞きましたよ。今日のお昼、部活で大変なことがあってご飯食べられなかったんですよね。
That is a different portrait compared to Mion. It's not just Mion's exact sprite, but with a new outfit based on it. It is different. They're really trying to make me question myself, aren't they? To know about the top, but you like the skirt. I mean, I don't take issue with the top. It's not my style, but that is an incredibly short skirt. But the top looks better in the console art style here. Interesting. You weren't able to eat lunch, right? Yeah.
ああ大変だったぞ。さとこに鍋を倒され、ご飯はお前に盗まれて。
だから私、シオン。
She grew red and began to mope. That's right, she was the younger twin sister right now.
すまん。それでなんだよ。空腹の俺のために差し入れでも持ってきてくれた。
Are you my Uber Eats today?
ありゃ、
Oh!
図星疲れちゃってなんだかばっかりですけど、これ。
And there we have our thumbnail. Well, that's kind of cute. She does look better with the hair down. With a disappointed smile, Shion held out the small bento box she had hidden behind her back.
本当に差し入れなのかよ。
Well, that was nice of you.
サンキュー。
Check it for poison first. Where's my cupbearer?
お姉が学校に持って行ったハンバーグの残りがあったんで、ちょっと持ってきました。
Oh, she didn't use both patties for her hamburger.
お夕
Okay.
飯前だとは思いますけど、いかがかなと思いまして。
Huh? No, I caught you. Mion, you said beforehand that you and Shion didn't live together and didn't really talk with each other. But on the same day, you're saying that she told you all this stuff? Ha! Got her! Nah, you're lying. This is Mion.
迷惑でしたか？
迷惑なんてめっそうもない。
Either way, she's lying about one of the things she
すっ
said.
げえ嬉しいよ。
I'm so
本
happy!
当に食っていいのか？
Oh, again, I do like the CG. It's a cute CG. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside.
本当にいいのか？これタバスコとかがいっぱい入ってるとか、そういう。
You didn't put a needle in here this time, right?
もうお姉じゃないんですから、私そんなことしませんよ。
I don't believe you.
別に嫌なら無理しなくても帰って自分で食べちゃいますから。
Saying that, she pouted cutely and made a motion as if to snatch the box back. There were some times that made me doubt that she was the same person as Mion, and this was undoubtedly one of those moments.
全然嫌じゃないです。感謝の心を忘れずに噛み締めたいと思います。
But hey, at this point he's like, I'm so hungry, I missed a meal. I'll eat anything.
そんな鼻水垂らされて感謝されるほどのことじゃ。
No, he's crying tears of happiness at having food. Shion, who had thought that I might not take the bento, looked down happily.
何もないけど上がっていくか。
Hey, well, this is a reversal. Chapter 1, we were trying to, like, slam our best friend out of the house because she was being creepy. Now it's like, I don't know you, but come on
お
in!
茶くらいなら出せるかも。
ごめんなさい。またの機会にします。私バイトに行く途中ですから。
At the toy store or at the Hooters? Oh, that's right. She did say that
お
before.
弁当箱は適当に水洗いして明日お姉にでも返しといてくださいね。
She definitely looks way better in this outfit than she does in the Hooters outfit. Not that that's hard.
こんなうまそうなのを食わせてもらったらそれぐらい礼儀だろう。
じゃあ私はこれで。あと最後に。
Shion grew red again as she looked down once more.
お姉がカレーの時黙ってケイちゃんのご飯取っちゃいましたよ。
Yeah, it's so astonishing that you know all of this when it happened only a few hours ago and you and your sister don't talk.
悪ふざけが過ぎるとお姉ついやりすぎちゃうんです。決して悪気があったわけじゃ。
おいおい、別に俺はあんなの何とも思っちゃいないぜ。部活の上でのことは恨みっこなしだからな。
That's convenient. Otherwise, this friendship group would break up in a day.
こっちが感謝したいぐらいだぜ。そうミオンに伝えてくれるか。
はい。
Oh, that's a nice smile. I like that one. Hehe.
それお姉きっと喜ぶと思います。ではこの辺で。
I like getting to flip between the different art styles when I want to. Shion smiled brightly. After bowing deeply, she left as she looked at her watch.
嬉しいけど、これ。
Keiji, you better not have eaten right before dinner. Whoops. I looked at the bento box that she left behind. A faint warmth spread through the palm of my hand. If it were Mion, I could see the hot sauce, mustard, maybe even a needle being placed inside. But really, I don't think she would go so far as putting a needle in there. You think that? You think that, but it did happen. You like Mion's gentle side. You wish she could be herself without changing looks. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't mind like the more upbeat, out there, like almost tomboyish side of her, but she definitely takes it way too far. I opened the box once again and hesitantly tasted a bit. I also do prefer feminine girls to tomboyish girls. I took a bite, and another. There was no funny business. There was no danger at all, for it was delicious. That's right. That was Shion, not Mion, so there shouldn't have been anything to worry about. Oh, what's this? Atroquinine? What? I rushed back to my room, eating as I gave my thanks. It was so delicious that my stomach could cry.
シオン、いや、ミオン。俺が空腹で死にそうって言ってたのを聞いて、大急ぎで持ってきてくれたのか。
Maybe it was Grandma. It was delicious to the last bite. By the way, nothing strange had been mixed in. I was a bit embarrassed at myself for being so skeptical. Well, that was a nice little scene. But why does Mion have to lie about having a twin just to be herself? Seems kind of strange. Like I said, I'm not going to believe Shion and Mion are different people unless I see them both together around the same time. Ooh, new tip unlocked! It was delicious! I can't wait. Food for thought, get an unexpected delivery. Alright, what was so
おい
delicious?
ミオこれ
何をケイちゃん
I froze the bento box she'd given me yesterday at her
昨
face.
日差し入れてもらった弁当箱だよごちそうさまうまかったぜ
あ
Oh, you blushing? Mion's face quickly flushed bright wet red. Hey now, you were the one pretending to be Shion when you gave it to me. You're gonna give it all away if you get red like that when you're being Mion. At this rate, she might trip and fall right into her own grave, so I decided to help her
あ
out.
のな俺昨日腹を空かせてたらさシオンがわざわざ家まで来て弁当を差し入れてくれたんだよでこれはその弁当箱ちゃんと洗ってあるからな
そうなんだシオンは気が利くね
These conversations, this is literally like the Obama medal meme, but with Mion. Oh, I wonder if I could like Photoshop that and make it the thumbnail. That would be pretty. No, I already have the thumbnail. That was so transparent. Was Mion always this terrible at lying? Her expression was different than usual, but it looked strangely cute.
でどうだった？
ミオンに瓜二つなやつだと思うぞだって双子なんだろ
Sure.
だって当然だよ
じゃなくて
Have we seen her blushing sprite before? I don't remember. It looks like she's embarrassed to be hitchhiking in this one. And here she's like, oh, gosh. No, I definitely like the remake art style the most. Mion looked kind of bewildered, like she was waiting for a specific answer. When she said impression, maybe she didn't mean Shion, but the bento?
ああもちろんうまかったぜ
本当に
俺は食い物の感想には嘘はつかないぞ俺がうまかったって言ったら誰が食ったってうまい
Guys are also easily pleased.
万人におすすめできる評価だと思ってい
The
い
best food is the food you don't have to make yourself or pay for.
シオンに実に美味しかったって伝えておいてくれ
シオンにね伝えておくよ
This is gonna be real awkward if Shion actually is a twin.
It
It exists. We're going along with Shion having given it to me, not Mion, aren't we? Yet her laugh, it came from deep down, and it sounded really happy. I guess she really can laugh nicely enough. That just makes... Let me try that again. I guess she really can laugh nicely enough that just looking at her makes me feel better too. A sarcastic remark made its way onto my tongue, but I swallowed it back. As Mion went to put the bento box in her bag, she noticed a clattering noise.
ケイちゃんなんか入ってるよ
Is it a needle? Ah, she opened it! The thing inside was a little embarrassing, so I wish she hadn't opened it here. Panicking, I hit it with my hands.
なこれはだなうちのお袋がお礼に入れとけって言ったんだ
Ooh, is it a dollar?
別に俺のセンスじゃないんだからな
Is it a Mrs. Fields
誤
chocolate?
解すんなよ
綺麗飴だ
Candy! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! There were a handful of candies, neatly wrapped in paper inside the sparkly clean bento box. That's nice! When I was cleaning the box out yesterday in the sink, Mom came over and interrogated me, and I fessed up as to who had given me the food. She then told me that something that she like this called for a display of gratitude. I didn't want to because it was embarrassing, so I argued that it wouldn't be like me to do that.
というわけなんだまあその
I was so embarrassed it felt like fire might shoot up out of my face. Mion laughing the whole thing off like she usually did would be fine, but for some reason she was staring at the candy in the box with fascination.
ありがとう
She just really likes Jolly Ranchers. They're her favorite candy.
俺に言うな入れたお袋に言ってくれ
Oh man, I haven't eaten Jolly Ranchers in like almost 10 years.
それに
They used to be my number one
俺を言
favorite
う必要なん
candy.
かないんだぞ
Not sure if I could really eat them anymore.
それはシオンにあげるものなんだからな
You can't eat them! They're for Shion! So you have to put on the other outfit if you want to eat them.
シオンに伝えておくね
Yeah.
きっと
Yeah.
シオンも嬉しがると思うよ
Okay, we get it. We get it. This is what we call the Mion route. Yeah, first route was the Renner route. Now it's the Mion route. I guess that makes sense. Mion's face is on the second chapter in Steam. Mion, looking a little downtrodden, put the lid back on the box. Seemed like I ended up saying something a little mean at the end. I could do without the Satoko route. But I'm sure that's coming in a later chapter.
今日はなんだかみーちゃんほんわかな感じだね。いいことでもあったのかな。
Yes, someone gave her a bag of Jolly Ranchers.
風邪でもひいたんではありませんの？お顔が赤いのはきっと微熱のせいでしたよ。ってリカ、なんで私の頭を撫でますの？さとこもきっとそのうちお風邪をひけるようになりますですよ。
Is that a threat, Rika? I'm sure you'll get a fever soon. That seemed like a weird thing to say / do, Rika. Rika's the biggest mystery out of everybody, I would say. I genuinely don't know what to think of her. Alright, let's continue. Are we doing more cooking? I might have explained this before, but physical education at our school is really just an exercise in disorder. After some random warm-ups, the rest of the time is spent doing whatever. You're free to cause a ruckus or just fall asleep.
よくは知らないけど、教育委員会とかに教育指導要項とかあるだろ？何歳ならこれくらいの運動能力はなければいけないみたいなさ。
Oh, I hope. Probably. I'm definitely not at my physical ability. Oh boy, it's the gym outfits again.
難しくてさっぱりですわよ。先生の授業の進め方のルールみたいなものなの。
We should play Capture the Flag.
都会の軟弱な連中にはそういうのは必要だろうけどさ、田舎育ちのうちらが身体能力で劣ると思う？
僕たちは圭一が思ってるよりも運動神経
Yeah, when's the creepy stuff gonna show up? It's horror month. I want scares. I want psychological horror. That's why I'm playing this. Come to think of it, they might be right. If we all lined up for a race, there was a good chance I'd finish dead last if it didn't start off well. Like, first chapter, I get they had a lot of this happy filler stuff to lure you into that false sense of security so that way when the horror aspects came out, it hit you hard. But at this point, you know it's a horror game. So there's no need to hold back. I don't know. This is like... I'll also say this. This is one of the highest rated, I think, horror visual novels there is. So it probably gets good, and there's probably a reason they have this much filler stuff. Maybe the best thing to do is just to stop talking and actually enjoy the story and progress through it. Yeah, so Keiichi has bad physical education. Let's just pray that when a brutal penalty game is at stake, the 100-meter dash isn't a club activity.
ではそういうことで、俺はテレビの見過ぎで実に素敵に眠い。
Nothing tires you out like watching TV.
睡眠時間の補給をさせてもらうぜ。
Take a sleep on the
空腹
roof.
絶頂の4次元目。今寝ずにいつ寝るよ。
At night, as I began to sprawl out on top of a pipe, Mion grabbed me by the collar.
ちっちっち、まさかおとなしく眠らせてもらえると思ってる？
その顔で言われたら、おとなしく寝る方が勇気がいりそうだ。
Good grief. Which means, is it going to start again?
さて、このまま井戸端会議でチャイムを待つなんて、熱き血潮のたぎった私たちには無理だよね。部活タイム、行ってみよっか。
Hold Yeah,
案の定来やがったな。
I'm not going that far.
今日のゲームはなんだ？
Now that this is happening, taking a nap is impossible. Not just that, with this sleep-deprived mind of mine, I'm as good as mincemeat. I have to get my brain in gear.
レナはそれより今日の罰ゲームは何かなの方が先だと思うな。
Why do you have to play with penalties?
レナは分かってるね。今日もとびっきりの用意してるよ。
She began to announce the cruel penalty game with a grand spinning flourish. But before she could do that...
ごめんなさいです。僕はちょっとやりたいことがありますです。
Of all people, it was Rika-chan announcing her non-participation. Even rare events do eventually occur. What was... It's like her entire body zipped up. Losing her timing, Mion spun like a top as she tumbled to the ground.
あれれれれれれれれれ。
That's how they say wa in Japan, apparently.
何？どうしたの？今日は調子悪いの？
あ あ、そうか。みーちゃん、綿流しの練習だよ。
Oh yeah, that's the festival.
そうですわよ。今度の日曜日ですもの。
Because Rika gets to pull. I can't remember what she played an important part in the festival.
リカは猛特訓中なのですわよ。最近は頑張りすぎてお腕が痛いのです。
Well, you also have
Okay.
noodle arms, so that makes sense.
じゃあ仕方ないな。全員揃わないなら仕方ない。今日は各人のんびりしようかね。
ごめんなさい。
Oh no, but Keiichi already got his brain fired up, so now he can't take a nap.
でも頑張りますですよ。頑張ってね。レナたちも応援してるからね。
Last time we did hang out with Toмотake at the Watanagashi before he had his throat clawed out. Maybe that'll happen again. The first part, not the throat clawed out. So when Mion announced that today's club activity was cancelled, Rika and Satoko headed off behind the school building. Only I was left alone, completely clueless as to what everybody was talking about.
一体何なんだ？リカちゃんは何か大会前とかで特訓をしてるのか？
リカちゃんは綿流しの巫女さんだから奉納の演舞をすることになっててね。
Oh, she's a Fire Emblem dancer. Cool.
その練習なの。
順を追って説明してくれ。
Wait, oh yeah, wasn't one and or both of Rika's parents also shrine maiden / shrine butler or whatever, shrine monks? I seem to recall something like that because there was the newspaper about how her parents died at one of the previous years, so she's on her own now.
まず綿流しってなんだ？次に巫女さんってなんだ？
Considering that this entire chapter is called Watanagashi, I'm guessing something very important will happen at the
最後
festival.
に奉納演舞ってなんだ？
あれ？ケイちゃん家には回覧板とか言ってない？書いてなかった？
Priest. I knew it wasn't shrine butler, but you got the point. Okay, yeah, I was correct on that. I remember some things, just not a lot.
今度の日曜に綿流しのお祭りがあるって。
Oh, I can't do that. That's Sabbath. Huh? Come to think of it, I have a feeling that Mion mom, not Mion. Did I just call Mion mom? Whoops. Did have a feeling mom did say something about it during dinner the other day.
綿流しはね、毎年6月の日曜日に神社でやるお祭りなの。とっても賑わうんだよ。
It's like one of those Harvest Moon
な
festivals,
るほどな。
but with more death involved.
しかし綿流しってのは変わった名称だな。あれか？灯籠流しみたいに何かを供養して。
That is literally a festival in Harvest Moon 64.
さすがはケイちゃん、察しがいいね。綿流しはね、名前の通り綿を流すんだよ。
綿ってのはね、お布団や斑点なんかの綿のことなの。
Not cotton plants?
だから
Alright.
お布団の供養になるのかな。
Well, yeah, this game takes place in, I think, 1983. So, oh my gosh. That's 40 years ago. Mion would almost be 60 years old nowadays. Well, that's kind of weird to think about.
祭壇にもお布団を積み上げているし。
ご先祖様とか戦没者とか針とか包丁とかの供養ってのは聞いたことはあるけど、布団の供養ってのは初耳だな。
We set the futons with people sleeping on them down the
どん
river.
な言われがあるんだ？
Oh wait, that's the prank part of it. Mion tilted her head pensively.
言われなんてほど難しいのはないと思うな。この辺って冬の寒さはかなり厳しいからね。布団とか斑点とかの防寒具を特に大切にしたからじゃないかな。
あ
I
あ、なるほどな。
think you did, where like they meet up again once they're older.
つまり冬の間お世話になった布団に感謝しようってわけだ。で、巫女さんが供養をして最後に川に流すわけか。それが綿流しってわけだろ。
Mion and Rena indicated that I had the correct answer with a round of applause.
でねでね、その供養をする巫女さんの役がリカちゃんなの。
へえ、リカちゃんが巫女なんだ。言われてみればリカちゃんってどことなく神秘的な雰囲気あるよな。
だよねだよね。リカちゃんの巫女さん姿ってね、
I mean, we saw that in Chapter 1. It's a nice outfit. It certainly does seem like something that it would suit her. Yeah, it might be cute.
ようやく話が見えてきたぞ。リカちゃんの言う特訓ってのはこの巫女さん役の練習なわけだな。
そういうこと。巫女さんが布団をお祓いする一連のセレモニーを奉納演舞って呼ぶんだけどね。それの練習なんだよ。結構大変なんだな、これが。
巫女さんはね、祭事用の大きなクワを持って演舞をするんだけど、
Oh,
それ
yeah.
がね、リカちゃんにはすっごく
That
重
would
い
be
ら
tough
し
for
い
someone
の。
like Rika. The hoe takes 2 points of stamina to use.
リカちゃんってちっちゃいもんな。その重いクワってどのくらい重いんだ？
かなり重いらしいよ。リカちゃんは餅つき用のキネで練習してるくらいだから。
Wait a minute. That's way too heavy! Forget about Rika-chan, that'd be rough even for me!
祭事用の神聖なクワだから、
Oh,
ね。
is Rika secretly swole?
間違って落としちゃったら大変らしいし。
まあ年に一度のお勤めだからね。私たちは陰ながら応援するしかないね。大丈夫。去年もちゃんとやり遂げたんだから。
そっか。じゃあさ、せめて応援してやろうぜ。それくらいならいいだろう。
I was rather curious about exactly how she practiced. Mion laughed as she shook her head.
ほっといてあげなよ。ケイちゃんが来たらリカちゃんは可愛くなっちゃうから特訓ができなくなるよ。
Hmm? I didn't quite understand what Mion was
リ
saying.
カちゃんはね、努力とかそういうのを人に見せるのが好きじゃないの。
No, she wants people to see her as a weak little girl, so that way she can use that to her advantage and win the competitions.
そっとしておいてあげて。
Even the always cool and aloof Rika-chan has times when she sweats while giving it her all. Because she was always so well put together, she didn't want people to see an ungainly side of her. It's not like I couldn't understand that feeling.
俺にできるのは成功を祈ることだけってことか。頑張れフルでリカ応援してるから。
Well then, I climbed up onto the pipe and plopped down on my side.
フレーフレーリカちゃんさらに応援の電波を高めるため瞑想状態に入る。
Sure, that's what you call it.
結局寝るわけか。
How did you not see that coming, Mion? Come on. The lackadaisical noontime ended up giving way to mind-numbing afternoon classes. Rebounding from yesterday's hunger, I ate too much for lunch today, leaving me in a horrible condition.
さすがに食いすぎた。
It's your own fault for eating the entire lunchbox and then an entire dinner.
午後の授業は答える。
But I am sympathetic. Carb comas are definitely a thing.
ケイチくん、今日はなんだかすごい食欲だったもんね。
基本的にいつも大食いだけどさ。
Hey!
今日はなんか格別だったね。
That's rude!
昨日は俺昼飯抜きだったろ。そのひもじさが染みついちゃってさ。今度は逆にいくら食っても食欲が底なしっていうか。
わかるよわかるよ。しかしケイちゃんってさ、いつもお弁当きれいに食べる
It's a guy thing! I don't wanna... If I pack the whole lunch, I'm gonna eat the whole
ご
lunch.
飯一粒も残さないっていうか。
We don't wanna waste food.
食べ物ってのは作ってくれた人に感謝して食べるもんだぜ。
Food for thought! Food for thought!
残したら苦労して作ってくれた人に失礼だろ。
Hearing that, Mion's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, followed by a cool laugh.
ケイちゃんってさ、ぱっと見ワイルドでいい加減そうなんだけど、結構律儀だよね。
At least when it comes to food.
しつきがいいというか。
Thanks.
あ、うん、それはレナも思うな。ケイチくんって見かけよりずっと優しい人だよ。
Glad you think so. Both of them were probably trying to compliment me, but I had a strange feeling I wasn't being complimented at all.
そんなことないって。見かけと中身は大違いってそう言いたいんだよ。
それが褒めてねって言ってんだよ。
こら
Uh-oh, we angered the chia pet.
園崎さん、前原くん、授業中ですよ。園崎さんはどこまで進みましたか？ノートを持ってきてください。
That's not good. Startled, Mion vocalized a rather easy to understand utterance. She was so enthralled in the conversation she had stopped working completely.
ええ、まあそこそこに。
さっきから全然進んでないじゃないですか。最上級生なんだからもっとしっかりしないといけませんよ。
Uh-oh. That Mion, it looks like she's getting lectured. Poor bastard.
人は見かけによらないっていうことだね。むしろ見かけとは逆が誠かもしれないよ。
面白いこと言うじゃねえか。
Responding to Rena's seemingly profound statement, I turned my gaze to where Satoko was happily studying together with Rika.
あの生意気盛りのサトコも実は見かけとは逆にすげえ塩らしいってのかよ。
If I went by what Rena literally said, then that would be the case. I could hardly imagine Satoko being meek and gentle like a girl in some fairy tale.
最近はあんな感じだけど、ちょっと前までは違ったんだよ。
What do you mean lately? She's always been rude.
すごい甘えん坊で、いつもさとこちゃんには内緒ね。
Was this back when her brother was still around?
あのサトコが甘えん坊？
For Satoko to play coy, I think that would have to be some part of some calculated plot. Even if she was to hide behind someone, I wouldn't think that was because she was attached to them. But since it came up, I tried to imagine a gentle and coquettish Satoko. Imagine spot?
おい、サトコ。
なんですの、お兄様。
Oh no. Satoko smiled cutely and walked towards me. By the way, for every 3 steps towards Satoko took, for some reason I took 3 steps away. Yeah, that's about right.
お兄様、なんで逃げますの？
Do not call me that.
すまん、サトコ。お前が愛想笑いして近づいてくると何かの罠のような気がするんだよ。
ひどいですわ。お兄様の意地悪。
ごめん。別に悪気があったわけじゃないんだ。
Don't fall for the crocodile tears. The weeping Satoko came closer to me. I'm a sucker for tears. Clank! Huh? A bear trap? My leg was being clamped down on by jagged metal teeth!
かかりましたわね。続けていきますわよ。
Satoko raised her right arm triumphantly, and traps began to trigger one after another. Suddenly, the wall sprang forward, throwing me 3 blocks away. And there I saw a giant metal ball covered in spikes hurtling towards me. On top of that, in the direction the ball would knock me, was a giant guillotine. What is Protagonists and their dumb imaginations.
ケイチ君、今すっごく突拍子もない想像してなかった？
いや、別に全然してないぞ。
嘘だ。トゲ付き鉄球に潰されるって顔してたよ。
I like it when she says that's a lie like that, rather when she screams it in our face with reptile eyes. That's much preferable. How could my expression convey what I was thinking like that?
すまん。塩らしいサトコの想像ってのはかなり無理がある。
I need to see if I can get that Looney Tunes sound clip of Sylvester just saying, "Spoiled brat." That would be a great one to play it for Satoko constantly.
今度体調がいい時に再トライしてみるよ。
Next, I looked over at Rika-chan, who was working diligently on some kanji drills. In contrast to Satoko, her default state was meek and gentle. If Rika came at me saying Oni-sama, I'd hug her. Don't be weird. Tightly. Don't be weird. I could get used to that. Don't be weird!
ケイチ君よだれ。
He's being weird.
ごめん。じゃあリカちゃんはどうだよ。あれも見かけによらないってのかよ。
Oh, I'm sure it is. Rika's a lot more, aware than you think. Saying that out loud, I felt a tinge of doubt. Was Rika really all that sweet? Despite her appearance, she really was quite sly. Sweetly, how do you put it, evading things deftly?
確かにリカちゃんはただ可愛いだけじゃない気がするな。確かに見かけによらないぞ。
I couldn't put exactly what I was imagining into words, but Rena managed to say what I wanted to. She turned to me with an impish look in her eyes, like she was saying, you shouldn't say something like that.
リカちゃんはきっと大きくなったらね、すっごい美人になって 男の人を振り回す小悪魔のような女性になるんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
Unfortunately, I think that's pretty likely, and that's probably not going to be for the best.
そういうのかっこよくない？
No, it's not really cool to use people. Rena said that lightheartedly, but I, as a man, couldn't laugh at that. The scary part was that I felt like it could be true. Noticing my gaze, Rika turned towards me and let loose with an angelic smile. Both Rena and I, feeling as if it was directed towards us personally, had our hearts skip a beat.
かわいいね、かわいいね。
レナ、鼻血鼻血。
That's not how that works! Appearances can be deceiving, huh? Well then, what about our dear leader, Mion? This is just turning into the Bernstein Bears trick-or-treating book. I stared at her as she tried to weasel her way out of scolding by the teacher. By Rena's theory, that unrefined, calculating, conniving Mion also had a side of hers that belied appearances. Well, we've seen that!
じゃあなんだよ。あのミオンも見かけによらず、実はいいやつだって言いたい。
Way to just say it!
みーちゃんはいい人だよ。
Well, nobody's good,
あ
but...
まあ、そりゃそうだ。
That is true!
そういう意味じゃなくて、それ
Good comeback.
ケイチ君の言いたい意味。わかるよ。
Catching on that I was struggling to express my feelings as words, Rena smiled even more brightly.
わかるって何がだよ。
みーちゃんって不思議でしょ。
It's funny, we're talking about appearances being deceiving, because we know from chapter 1 that's very true.
女の子なんだけど、男の子みたいっていうか。
It's like she's a guy, except, you know, she clearly looks like a girl. That's right. Mion was more than aware that she was a girl, but it was exactly as Rena said. When Mion livened up the mood, it wasn't as though she felt like a guy or a girl specifically, but a friend of the same gender.
あいつが男だったら、きっと意気投合するだろうな。で、そりゃ今と同じか。
I was about to be like, you guys kind of already are very similar.
でもね、そんなみーちゃんも本当はすっごく女の子らしいんだよ。
I don't believe
レ
that.
ナ、お前、ミオンにいい
違うよ。
She got 2 20s. It's the only explanation.
もうちゃんとした話をしてるんだよ。だよ。
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
みーちゃんは部活の部長さんだからみんなのリーダーとして頑張って
What if I want to be the club president?
本当はとっても可愛い女の子なんだよ。
Okay, I believe you.
それ特に圭一くんには忘れてほしくないな。
Rena's gaze focused off in the distance beyond where Mion was. The Mion that I met at the Angel Mort was unimaginably different compared to the Mion I normally knew. Not really! She was just embarrassed that you saw her there. Flustered and hesitant from the unfamiliar job. It was a far cry from the brash and confident Mion. Even though she had to hurry to work, she went through all of the trouble to bring me food when I was on the brink of starvation. You missed one meal! Stop exaggerating! And she did so not as Mion, but as Shion. What exactly was Shion to Mion? What kind of person was Mion exactly?
多分圭一くんには想像つかないと思うな。
Rena, why do you keep repeating the last few words? Contrary to popular belief, it's not endearing. At least not to me. As if to say it was our little secret, Rena held her finger up to her lips as she giggled. Mion, finally free from the teacher's preaching, returned to her seat, cradling her head to hide her embarrassment.
チェ、おじさんはね、人生に必要な勉強は小学校までで十分だと思う。
That's right, Mion also calls herself an old man, which is a little weird. Grade school is not enough for everything you need to study for in life. I admit a lot of high school is not really required for most people's lives. Having said that, still finish high school, folks. High school diploma really, really helps out. But still, you need more than elementary school. Saying that, she plopped down into her seat violently. Mion was actually really feminine. Right. I wonder if I can meet Shion again. I wanted to talk to her again. Clang, clang, clang with the trolley. Maybe that's true. The principal waved around the bell that served as the school chime. The teacher rushed back to the blackboard and began to list everybody's homework assignments. I have to write a 20-page essay! What do I do? What about that?
今日は宿題が結構出そうだね。頑張らないと。
That's not fair!
じゃあさ、レナもってことか？
何が
かな。
人は見かけによらないって話。レナもってことになるのか？
Yes?
ケイチ君にはレナのことどう
Well, I
いう
feel like Rena has two sides to her. There's the nice Rena and the other girl. The Rena Ryugu that I knew sometimes took things too far, but was generally a kind and gentle, ideal girl.
本当にだったら嬉しいかな。
She's like, yes! I'm not that into you. If she was the opposite of what she seemed, that would make her...
逆なのだとしたら？
Let's talk outside. Just try saying it. I won't be mad. That's what I felt she meant.
レナは
レナは
逆になってもレナだよ。
Is she about to snap again? I kinda hope so. The question shouldn't have been so nerve-wracking to answer. Maybe it was because the person in question was staring at me, but even saying that took a strange amount of effort.
ずるいな、ケイチ君。そんな言い方されちゃったら気になっちゃうよ。はお。
Perhaps unable to endure my silence, Rena's face began to burn red with embarrassment.
レナ、ケイちゃん、帰ろ帰ろ。
Oh! Mion walked over and started getting ready to go home. Whenever school is over, she really does get noticeably more energetic. We're going home. It was the same relaxing walk home as always. Digging around in my pocket on a whim, I noticed something that should have been there but was missing.
どうしたの、ケイちゃん。
いつも持ってるはずのうちの鍵がないんだよ。
Guess you don't get to go home?
参ったな。どこにやっちゃったかな。親はいるから今日はいいけど、まずいよな。
Oh no, this is the 8th key I've lost this week. My parents, how am I going to explain that?
忘れてきたの？
Guess I'll have to sleep over at Mikey's house. I mean, that he's not a character. Which one was it? Did I take it with me this morning in the first place? Huh?
ケイちゃん、その鍵の特徴は？
It has a little Lego Darth Vader figure on it. Oh wait, that's Mikey's.
キーホルダーがついてる。昔夏休みの宿題で作らされたやつで、青いオットセイなんだよ。
あれ？目をつぶった感じでお昼寝してるみたいなやつ。
お、なんで知ってるんだよ。そうそう、それだよ。
Mion looked away and began to whistle.
I'm
sure it'll turn up, Keiichi.
おとといケイちゃん、エンジェルモートに食事に行ったでしょ。
Oh no, she knows we went to Hooters.
その晩さ、お店で鍵の落とし物があったんだよ。
Oh no, Mom's gonna know we went to Hooters. Well, that's okay. Dad is the one who took us.
それにオットセイのキーホルダーがついてた。
As she said that, she suddenly grew flustered and added that Shion had told her about it.
あの時に落としちゃったのか。
How did you not notice you didn't have your house key for like a week? My gosh!
でも見つかってよかったね。お店がきっと預かってくれてるよ。
Guess we got. Oh no, that means he's gonna go back to Hooters and be like, well, since I'm here, might as well ogle at the girls in their uniforms.
行ってみなよ。
That's what's
シオ
gonna
ンの
happen.
顔、私と同じだからわかるでしょ。
This was a rather unexpected development. Once again, I had no choice but to go and meet with Shion. But I also had to thank her for the bento from yesterday. Besides, taking some time and chatting with this other side of Mion might be interesting. Half-jokingly, I began to think about things like this.
そうだな。
Mom, Dad, I'll be home late. I'm going to Hooters.
エンジェルモートだっけ？シオンの店に行って鍵を返してもらって、ついでにお茶でも飲んで優雅に過ごすってのも悪くないな。
なんだか英国紳士みたいだね。
If only you knew where we were going, Mion. Oh, wait, you do.
ケイちゃんには似合わないかも。
Hey, hip hip, I just can't wait to stare at the waitresses' skimpy outfits.
ひょっとしてそのお店かな。みーちゃんの妹の働いてるお店は。
ああ、なんならレナも一緒に行くか。
When I think of ideal date spots, Hooters is not in the top 10.
ちょっと残念だけど、今日はお父さんと約束があるから。
That's good. Have some good quality daddy-daughter
ま
time.
たの機会にするね。
Don't take her to Hooters. Rena is too pure for Hooters. Well, no, she's not too pure. We know she's a psycho. Rena seemed pretty disappointed about having to miss such a great opportunity.
双子だそうだけど、そんなにそっくりなのかな。
Well, they're not the same sprite, but it looks pretty
ある
similar.
くらい？
ああ、そっくりだ。外見だけはそっくりだ。中身はミオンと違っておしとやかで実に可愛らしいのにな。
Again, they are physically identical. In response to my teasing, Mion pouted and began to argue with me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Mion's little farce. After all, they weren't just identical, they were the same person. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to hitchhike to Hooters. After going home, I changed my clothes and dug my bike out of the garage. Never mind, we're riding our bike to Hooters. Classy. Just thinking that I would be able to meet Shion again gave me the mysterious feeling. Did you let your parents know where you're going? Shion, a name for a different kind of Mion. She was a mysterious and ridiculous person, believing she had fooled everyone like that. I love this music. I noticed that I was pedaling along quite happily. It's perfect day. Could it be that I was looking forward to meeting Shion? I felt a sense of giddy anticipation, like I was headed towards a new friend's house for the first time. Rule 1 of being a friend to a girl. Don't say she's not cute. True. What Rena said about Mion actually being really feminine sprang to mind once again. The guilt from spying on another side of Mion, the self-conscious from being the only one that knew about that side. These feelings mixed together. That was Shion for you. Mion's little twin sister. Until she felt like coming out and admitting she was Mion, it was just fine to just call her Shion, right? Mion might be trying to have some fun by acting out a different persona. As I reached the top of the steep hill, the horizon expanded before me. I was almost at the station. The last time I wasn't embarrassed since I was here was with Dad, but this time I was alone. I was strangely self-conscious about it. Oh yeah, it's not weird going to Hooters with your dad, but going by yourself, ugh. Meet Shion, get my key back. That was all this task was supposed to be. If I dawdled around like this, maybe Shion would find me before she headed out for work. Hey, what are you doing, Keiichi Maibara? You're just here to get your key back, you know. It's not like you're some love-struck schoolboy here to hand over a love letter. The thoughts inside my head were slowly turning into a jumbled mess. I came to the realization that I was downright giddy. That's why, for just a bit, just a tiny little bit, I got a little carried away and did something really stupid. I kicked over a parked motorcycle that was blocking the sidewalk. Bruh, what? It was in the way, sure, but there was absolutely no need for me to kick it. I definitely think I got too carried away. Crash! Uh-oh. Zinniop is not going to be happy about that one. As the free bikes toppled, one after another like dominoes, the loud noise they made snapped me back to my senses. Uh-oh. We kicked down free motorcycles. Kyo and her boyfriends are not going to be happy. I mean, her boyfriends? Plural? What? That's not a thing. The owners of those free bikes were right there. They looked exactly like what you'd call thugs up to no good. They lifted their heads up in an imposing manner and yelled angrily in a way I had never heard before. Oh, now we get the action. The three of them beeline towards me, the worn-out heels of their thin-soled shoes slapping noisily against the pavement. I could only stare listlessly as I was watching some far-off event that did not concern me at all. By the time I realized it, I had been grabbed by the collar and lifted onto my tiptoes. The free thugs were completely ignoring the rules of grammar, but the way they spoke was enough to make me tremble. Just like that, my composure drained away. My legs buckled and my throat grew dry enough to crack. I was completely at fault, so there was nothing I could say in my defense. As a result, I was pulled even higher. That was stupid on your part, Keiichi. It was the Kitakis. The three of them continued to yell at me. I had no idea what each of them were saying. Getting further enraged that I was only listening while dumbstruck, they grabbed an empty plastic crate from a nearby store. Oh, wow. And they began to smash it repeatedly against the telephone pole. At least it wasn't against my head. Cracks formed in the crate, plastic shards flying everywhere. They then slammed at full force into the shuttered storefront. The shutter let out a frighteningly loud noise. Still not satisfied, they flipped over a case of empty cans, scattering its contents all over the place. This was not normal. Are they on some kind of drug? It was something you saw often on television or in a manga, but I never thought seeing it in person would be this terrifying. I became painfully aware that the safety of civilized society was only held up by such a frail concept as morals. My knees clattered together noisily. Static began to pepper my vision. This is what you would call absolute terror. There was nothing I could do to stop this frightening spectacle of violence. I could only pray for help. The fear I felt was just too much. Would somebody help me? My gaze floundered about the surrounding area. This looks very much like that one street in Clannad, by the way. I was surrounded by these three hoodlums. No way there would be a passerby brave enough to intervene. Maybe this is what you call reaping what you sow. If I were a passerby, there would be no doubt that I'd ignore what was going on. So this was somewhat of a cosmic retribution. Angry yelling loud enough to rattle my eardrums spewed forth right in front of my face. Don't be afraid of them, they don't have sprites. My waning consciousness was forcefully dragged back to the forefront. The thug had cocked back his free hand and twisted his body, when suddenly a metallic taste flittered through the back of my throat. A chill ran down my spine like a jolt of electricity. Seeing what was going to happen next, I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as possible and grit my teeth.
やかましいよクソボケどもが
Oh!
私の目の黒いうちにうせな
That voice was a short distance away. Still holding me by the collar, the three thugs sprang around to look behind them. Oh! I was not expecting her to come to the rescue. What is she gonna do about it, though? Oh, wait, never mind. Mion has a gun! Oh, this is great! Standing there was Mion. She stood there displaying an imposing stature that I'd never seen before. Uh-oh. She didn't have the same look on her face as she did when we were playing around during the club. Those were the eyes that would instill fear in anyone who looked upon them. The eyes of a raptor. They were the epitome of terror. At the same time, they were the most reassuring fiends in the world.
もう一度だけ言うよケイちゃん話してとっととうせな
I mean, they're not grabbing onto him now, but... Mion, without an ounce of fear, laid down her ultimatum. Her ultimato. Of course, there was no way those three wouldn't go absolutely berserk. The situation instantly turned explosively dangerous. She got a gun. You definitely don't want to be doing that. Stop it, Mion. These guys are like rabid dogs. No amount of bluffing will work.
ミオン危ないから早く
I knew what I was saying was pathetic, but I couldn't let Mion get involved in this. No matter how you looked at it, Mion was only bluffing. But did Mion even know the meaning of the word bluff? However, the reason behind everything soon became apparent. They were slowly increasing in number, little by little. At first, it was only businessmen on their way home stopping to take a look. Then it was housewives in the middle of shopping taking a gander. Next, what seemed like the owner of some store showed up, and it was pretty clear he wasn't just looking. Around Mion, there was already about 7 people gathered. It felt different than people coming out to support a friend. If I had to say why, it was because the group that gathered was diverse in age and gender. The three thugs seemed to slowly realize that there was something strange about the situation. Or were these Mion's extended relatives? Behind them at some point, 4 more people of differing clothes and ages had gathered. A girl who looked to be in middle school. A man wearing a bakery apron. An old lady in a house-cleaning smock. More and more people of various ages. Their gazes, comparable to Mion's, were of hostility. Oh, is this one of those times where it's like, we all know, Mion, you ain't messing with this girl. Of intimidation. Before I realized it, over 10 people had formed a ring around us. At that moment, 5 elementary schoolers ran in and joined the circle. There were some familiar faces. Some of our classmates. Then these people were residents of Hinamizawa? More and more people from Hinamizawa gathered around. In obvious contrast, the residents of Okinomiya were passing by as quickly as possible. The group surrounding us had suddenly swelled to about 20 people. Yes, look at all these people. Completely encircled, the faces of the thugs began to show the first signs of panic. Nobody spoke a word, Mion included. That made everything completely unnatural, and depending on which side you were on, completely terrifying. Only the thugs' voices echoed out like they were screaming. Somebody took a step forward, closing the gap between them. As they did, everybody else took a step forward, shrinking the circle. The hoodlums went pale as they were pushed together, back to back, while still yelling angrily. They were trying to string together vulgarities, but for some reason it sounded like they were crying out for help. Oh boy! Here he is. It was sudden. A solidly built officer cut his way through the crowd. At some point, 2 police cars had arrived. Some passerby had undoubtedly called for them. Several burly officers appeared from inside the second vehicle.
おまわりさん、いいところに来ました。恐喝の現行犯です。
Ooh!
捕まえてください。
Extortionist! Mion, returning to her usual self, was nonchalantly pointing out the hoodlums to the police. Of course, the thugs were furious. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. It was their loss. Ooh! Is Uisi here? That's the question. That sounds like him. The officers handcuffed the thugs and dragged them towards the patrol cars. Oh no, not Daffic. Oh yeah, you're... Well, they kind of are. We did kick their motorcycles for literally no reason. No matter how much of a ruckus they caused, the officers paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, they were crammed inside the 2 vehicles. They could still be heard yelling while inside the police cars, but what they were saying was no longer intelligible. There he is! It's Uisi! He was probably a detective. The man leading the police peered at my face.
それは不幸中の幸いでした。では、良いお年を。
The portly man, after taking a quick look around, addressed the crowd.
市民の皆さんの迅速な通報に感謝します。住民の皆さんの連帯のおかげで、今日も
Here's to peace!
保たれています。素晴らしいことです。
Just don't go around kicking motorcycles anymore, idiot. The foo foo foo, my favorite laugh.
お仕事ご苦労様です。大石刑事殿。住民を代表して日頃の公務に感謝いたします。一家の刑事がわざわざこんなところまでおいでくださるとは光栄の極みです。
Ah, yeah. The way Shion talked didn't have a very pleasant tone.
偶然ですよ。県警の帰り道に無線連絡が入りましてね。
Oh yeah, she does not look happy to be here with Uisi.
寄り道したわけです。
お仕事頑張ってください。今後のご活躍を。
Well, actually, that makes sense. Because I think she knows Uisi is, like, investigating Hinamizawa, being like, I think that Keiichi's friends are behind some of these crazy murders that are happening. So that actually makes sense. That she wouldn't like this guy.
いえいえ。でも、怪我人が出なくて本当に良かった。
Except the motorcycles.
おいさん、オーケーっす。行きましょう。
ではでは、良いお年を。
Alright, well, I'm off to Hooters.
道を開けてもらえますかな。
The detective named Uisi, after jovially making pleasantries, lumbered over to the waiting police car. It quickly set off, disappearing down the city street. It was over so quickly. So quickly that I was dumbstruck. I didn't even get to ask the officer what was going on. Alright, well, Keiichi, it's only fair that you do something nice for Shion to make it up to her. It was like they came here quickly to disperse the mob before any trouble could start. After making sure the police cars had left, Mion snapped her fingers sharply.
おっしゃ、一丁上がりだね。おととい来やがれっての。
That was the signal. The tension melted away in an instant as everyone began smiling. A middle-aged man helped me up.
大丈夫かい？前原の。
Oh, he's not important. He doesn't have a sprite.
今度からは喧嘩は相手を選んでやる。
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Be like, hey, glad you're okay, but also you did kind of start that.
別に喧嘩ってわけじゃ。
怪我とかしてない？頭とかぶつけてるならレントゲンを取っておいた方がいいわよ。
An older lady I didn't know the name of was concerning about my injury.
たまたま駅前で人通りの多い時間だったからこれだけ集まれたけど、次からは気をつけるんだよ。
最近の町もんは物騒なんだから。はあ、まったく。
Oh, trust me, country boys can be unruly too. I was even warned by the old lady in the smock. As Shion finished applauding the dispersing group for their efforts, she strode over to me.
いやいや、ケイちゃんもやるじゃない。
There's that smile. Man, she got a cute smile here.
でも私も相手を選んだ方がいいと思いますけどね。
サンキューな、ミオ。助かったよ。
だから私、シオン。
She made a troubled expression as she turned her gaze downward, blushing in embarrassment.
お姉に聞いてますよ。
Of course! You heard from your sister even though you two don't talk to each other. Yep.
オットセイの鍵。あれ、ケイちゃんのです。
Oh, yay! Oh, we don't actually have to go to Hooters because we met her early. And Leslie's like, hey, I want to thank you. Let's go to Hooters. She's like, I work there, and also, ew. Let's go to Hooters.
これからお店に行こうとしてたんだった。
それで浮かれてて、あんな変なのに絡まれちゃってたんですか？
It's a little bit of a weird smile. Oh, that's funny, Keiichi. Oh, she got the smug smile there. This one's the best, though. Now it was my turn for my face to go red. I didn't want to admit, but she was spot on.
まあ、ついてなかったよ。
No, you kicked the motorcycle.
でも、
You did
シオン
that.
のおかげで助かった。
I thought she was gonna pull out a gun, though.
お礼はいらないですよ。
No, I do. You definitely didn't have to do
だ
that.
から、ケイちゃんも他の人がいじめられてるのを見つけ
That's
た
true.
ら、
Pass it
と
forward.
助けてあげてください。
Saving from being bullied, not
私た
bullying.
ち、そういうのをとても大切にするから。
It's a good thing to value. I was well versed in that sense of camaraderie. But the way I was rescued just now, something seemed a little off about that. While I was helped out, it was honestly almost to an almost disturbing degree.
お店来ますよね。
Oh no! Now she's trying to make us go to Hooters.
疲れちゃっただろうから一服しません？おごりますよ。
Seems that she caught the glimmer of suspicion in my eyes. Without waiting for my answer, Shion began walking. Oh, but it's the end of the day, so we don't actually have to suffer through it. Yay! Well, that was sweet. It was very nice of Shion to help us out. Oh, there's gonna be a bonus tip about like, and then they went to Hooters. No, it's not! Never mind. We're in the Angel Mort. After cooling off a bit inside the restaurant, little by little, I realized I was still on edge. There were spots here and there on my body that hurt, probably because I had been so stiff with nervousness. Shion, who had changed into her uniform, brought over 2 glasses of iced coffee. Great.
はい、これ。おごりのアイスコーヒー。レジでこのチケット渡せば無料になりますからね。
My patheticness really knows no bounds. But since she went for the trouble, I might as well take her up on the offer. Even though it had started out as such a lovely day, I had to get carried away and do that stupid thing. I had completely ruined it.
でも本当にさっきのは助かったよ。シオンが本当に頼もしく見えた。
私だって怖かったですよ。でも、
You hit it pretty
他なら
well.
ケイちゃんのピンチだし、
Oh, she got the hots for us.
勇気出して頑張りましたってことです。
While a little embarrassed by what she just said, Shion made a show of folding her arms boldly.
シオン、本当にありがとうな。
I was thanking Shion, but I really wanted to thank Mion. Mion, really, thank you.
ほらほら、もう元気出してくださいよ。もしも恩義を感じるなら、今度はケイちゃんが他の誰かのために戦ってくださいね。例えば、私がピンチになったら、
Oh, we'll definitely pay that one
きっと
forward.
助けに来てくださいよ。
ああ、もちろんだ。約束する。
Do you plan on being in trouble?
絶対ですからね。
Taking advantage of my words, she seemed happy about my promise.
ピンチになったら、ケイちゃんが助けに来てくれるのか。早くピンチにならないかな。
Okay. Darn you. No. She said that as she smiled herself, poking me in the cheek.
元気のないケイちゃんなんて、偽物もいいとこです。ほら、笑って笑って。
くすぐったいってば。やべ。
People are gonna think we're being weird. Thanks to Shion's meddling, I finally cheered up a little. All the muscles in my body that had stiffened because of the incident finally began to relax a little.
元気出たら、お腹とか空いてこないです。私、 お腹空いちゃいましたからホットケーキ
That's
食べたいん
true.
ですけど。
When I'm really stressed out, I do not feel like eating. I know some people eat more when they're stressed. I eat way less when I'm stressed.
ケイちゃんも食べます？
I wanted to show a little restraint, but restraint really wasn't my thing. That's why I replied without any.
うまいんだろうな。俺ホットケーキはかなりうるさいぜ。
Pancakes are delicious finto.
安心してください。うちのホットケーキはかなり評判いいですから。
Hey, saying the Waffle House, Shion ordered some pancakes from a nearby waitress. An employee ordering and from another employee seems kind of weird.
おいおい、そういえばシオン、今バイト中じゃないのか？俺とずっと話をして。
No, I just like wearing this for fun.
おじさんにね、私が不良に絡まれてるところをケイちゃんが助けてくれたって言ったら、ねぎらってあげろって。
No, come on, Shion, you did not have to do that.
だから店長公認で OK です。
それいいのかな？
What if he starts questioning me about it?
全然いいのです。
Dang, she nice. By the time the pancakes arrived, we had entered into a relaxed conversation. As the two of us ate pancakes, we livened the mood of some chit-chat. If she's taking the shift off, why did she change into the slutty outfit, though? About what was on TV, celebrities, and that kind of thing. Hobbies, food. Really, nothing more than idle chit-chat. Talking together like this, I once again became conscious of Shion being a girl. Really? What tipped you off? Hey, now that's funny talk, Keiichi Maibara. Shion and Mion are the same person. Oh, wait, never mind. I read that wrong. If there was anything different between them, it was only whether or not Mion admitted that she was Mion. But given that, how come our conversation was this different? Maybe we're seeing the real Mion here.
お姉のことを女だと思ってないでしょう。
そんなことはないよ。
I just don't think of her as a woman.
男だったら容赦なくどつき倒してる。
ケイちゃんとお姉が仲がいいのって、そういうノンセクシャルな関係にあるって思うんです。それってなかなかできない羨ましい関係ですよ。
言ってる意味がよくわかんないが、まあ確かに女にしとくにはもったいないやつだよな。
So when's the killing gonna start?
あ、ケイちゃん、それ男女差別ですよ。
Oh, ye gads! We can't be sexist, not on Artie's streams. Hearing the word sexist was cause for introspection. Was I that prejudiced against Mion and Shion for? Or what was I? Mion was Mion. She was the best friend a guy could have, no reservations, and head and shoulders above me when it came to club activities. I wouldn't say the best friend, but if I had met her 5 years earlier, my life would probably have been a lot more fun. Of this I had no doubt. Then what about Shion? She was Mion's little sister, and it hadn't even been 3 days since we met. Her relationship was much more distant, as the only thread we had in common was that I knew her sister. As for Shion, it was the same. I was somebody she met 3 days ago only because I was a friend of her sister's. The difference between Mion and Shion? Friendliness? Familiarity? Playing around with those unclear thoughts for a while, I had stopped listening to Shion. Uh-oh.
例えばですよ。聞いてます？
You gotta answer yes, but even though the answer's no.
うん、聞いてるよ。
例えばですよ。私とお姉が共にピンチで、崖にぶら下がってるとします。
Uh-oh.
ケイちゃんはどっちを助けます？
Well, you're the same
たった
person.
一人だけですよ。
She wasn't saying it to tease me, but she had a playful tone behind her voice also. That's a weird pose. That's what I'm asking. Oh, wait, that's right. We should do the console art style for this.
嫌な問題だな。どっちも助けたいけど、それじゃダメなんだろ？
Well, you can. Wink, wink.
ダメです。
She barely opened her mouth.
シオンかミオンのどっちかだけです。どっちですか？
If it were Mion, I don't think she'd be in that situation in the first place, as it's something she could easily get out of herself. But what about the normal, frail Shion? I guess I'd have no choice.
お姉じゃないですよね。
Do we get a choice? If Mion and Shion were different people, I suppose it would come to that. I couldn't confirm or deny it. She should have been smiling, but her gaze was locked firmly to mine.
つまり、そういうことなんですよ。お姉はそのつまり、あれ？すみません。なんか自分で言ってて。
It's weird seeing her mouth move in time to the words. Shion was trying to talk in a lighthearted manner, but I felt there was something more behind her words. Was Mion trying to tell me something for Shion? Not being able to put a finger on exactly what it was vexing. Shion, to hide her embarrassment, turned the conversation around.
それよりもさっきのあれ驚きましたか？みんながどんどん集まってきて。
Yeah, are you just like... Does everybody just know you?
そりゃ驚いたよ。レナやサトコが駆けつけてくれるならともかく、あんなに老若男女がいろいろと集まってくるんだからな。
You know, if Rika stepped forward, literally the whole world would have been like, oh, we gotta protect Rika.
あれ全部ひなみ沢の人なんだ。
What were they all doing here?
ええ、そうです。ひなみ沢の人はみんな結束してるん
Makes
ですよ。
sense. There's like 30 people in the town.
一人の敵は全員の敵。日和見なんか誰もしません。結構頼もしい住民性なんですよ。
I really admire that kind of like small, tight-knit community.
誰かがいじめられたらみんなで結束してやっつけるわけか。なんだかマフィアとかヤクザみたいな結束だな。
そんなこと言っちゃダメですよ。とてもありがたいことなんですから。ケイちゃんもそれに助けられたんですよ。感謝の気持ちを忘れないように。
I half-heartedly agreed. I knew full well I should be appreciative.
ひなみ沢の人たちって本当に仲が良くて結束してるんだな。
昔からの伝統かな。ひなみ沢って昔からいろいろと廃村の危機に遭うんですよね。
That is the problem with the small communities, especially if there's a large population of elderly people. Eventually they can die out.
その度に結束して戦って存続を勝ち取ってきたっていう歴史があるんですよ。例えばケイちゃん。
Oh yeah, the dam project. That was actually pretty damn important in the first chapter. It was a pun, folks. Hinamizawa Dam Project. Let's see. I feel like I've heard somebody talk about it before.
10年くらい前にね、突然ここにダムができて、ひなみ沢が丸ごと水没
Yeah, they were like, let's flood the town for money.
あ、そんな話、親父かなんかに聞いたことがあるような。でもそれって確か中止になったんだろ。
It was canceled because the foreman killed.
中止にさせたんですよ。
We made them cancel it.
みんなで団結して。
Everyone band together to kill the foreman.
だからこれは戦って勝ち取った勝利なんです。
That sounded pretty much like the story I heard. The protest intensified to the point where it was featured in the newspapers and magazines. As a result, the plan was suspended.
ダムの話そのものは私が生まれる前からあったらしいんです。最初は候補地調査とか砂防のための小さいダムとかそんな程度の話だったんですよ。
But then the cat was let out of the bag. If it were completed, it would have been the biggest dam in Japan. Not just Hinamizawa, but several villages upstream would have been submerged as well. The protests immediately began. Petitions to cancel or relocate the project were drafted and submitted to the Diet. They even went so far as to go to the Ministry of Construction of Tokyo to hand over a direct appeal to the minister. The previous landowner sued the government, stating that there were inconsistencies in the purchase agreement and the transaction should be nullified. Owners of yet unacquired land split their properties, increasing the number of landowners in order to stifle the project.
土地の買収なんていうお金の問題のうちは可愛かったんです。そのうち土地の強制収用をちらつかせるようになりましてね。その頃からです。機動隊とかの暴力行為が目立ち始めたのは。
機動隊って警察だろ？
You mean the police?
暴力行為なんてするのかよ。
殴りますよ。
Oh.
蹴りますよ。私も殴られたことありますし。
Ooh. Wait, this is a different sprite. Oh wait, never mind. We've seen that before. Mad.
この辺だったかな。皮が切れちゃったみたいで血がすごい出ました。
Saying that, Shion indicated her temple by poking at it.
警察とかには
Filing a complaint against the riot police for police brutality would seem kind of strange for some reason. Naturally, they wouldn't pay heed to something like that. You wouldn't be able to establish proof on who exactly hit you, and they could justify their actions by saying you were interfering with police duties.
うちのばっちゃ烈火のごとく怒り狂いましたね。
Uh-oh, not Grandma!
それからが
Don't mess with Grandma.
もう全面戦争ですよ。
Grandma is an expert at Advance
こ
Wars.
っちも座り込みで訴えるなんて生っちょろいことなんかしません。
Grandma killed the
ガ
foreman!
ンガン攻めました。
First, in order to call attention to the government, they filed a temporary injunction in court. Then, in order to gain public support, they called in prominent scientists to state that Hinamizawa was a valuable nature preserve. They pressured the prefectural and municipal assemblies, saying that the prefectural government ignored his constituents when he approved the project, and demanded his resignation. They completely and thoroughly denounced him. Naturally, in Hinamizawa, a ferocious conflict worthy of being called the Dam War began. In order to suppress the police's brutality, they coordinated with the network channels and exposed the violence of the riot squad members to the public. On top of that, they put together a special expose themed around the government repressing its citizens and aired it nationally. It worked wonders. Following that, the SWAT teams had their hands cuffed. Day after day, the petitions and demonstrations continued. Propaganda was used to garner support. The circle of support gradually expanded outwards from Hinamizawa. Either that bore fruit, or the government finally decided against it. It was announced that the dam project was indefinitely suspended just a few years ago.
私たちにできることなら何でもしました。村全部が一丸になって戦ったんです。あの時は必死だったけど、終わった今となってはいい思い出かな。村人たちの連帯感や団結心は今でも消えていないんです。
Nothing like a common enemy to bring people together. Shion said that as she focused off in the distance. I felt that those eyes weren't filled with anguish, but rather a sense of pride.
そういう連帯感っていいよな。なかなかないことだよ。世代を超えて地域で団結できるなんて。
私もそう思います。ダム計画は試練だったけど、それを乗り越えて得たものはとても大きいと思いますよ。
The fear I was feeling until just now gradually began to fade. When people began to show up one after another while I was engaged with those thugs, I thought it was frightening. But now I felt from the bottom of my heart that I had been rude. The villagers prepared to defend their homeland to the death. The sense of solidarity that fostered. It might seem impudent to say this, but I was a little jealous. If I had been in Hinamizawa when the protest against the dam was going on, I might have been able to share in that sense of solidarity.
ケイちゃんは反対運動の時、Hinamizawaにいなかったから、村人たちの連帯感を実感できないかもしれない。
It's always fun being the outsider of a tightly knit group of people trying to become tightly knit with them.
みんなにはあるの。しっかりと。それはたとえ引っ越してきたばかりのケイちゃんに対してもね。
She couldn't have been more right. So many people got together to help me out when I just moved here. Even though they were strangers whose names I didn't even know. A hot feeling began welling up inside of me. When I lived in the city, I didn't even know my own neighbors. I thought that was natural. But here, that was an absurd and pathetic thing. Even though I thought of them as strangers, all the other villagers viewed me as a comrade. Happiness and warmth. I was acutely aware of those feelings as they gradually welled up inside of me.
園崎さん、店長がホール入ってほしいそうです。
Your pancake break is over. A more senior waitress waved her hand and called out to Shion. It seemed like it was time for work.
あ、はい、今入ります。すみません、もう仕事しないとまずいみたいです。
Yes, it's important to do your
いいよ
job.
いいよ。付き合ってくれてありがとな。楽しかったよ。
あ、帰っちゃいます？
まあな。飯の時間には戻らないとお袋がうるさいし。
We already ate pancakes! We're not gonna have much of an appetite. It seemed that Shion wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Like we hadn't talked enough, that kind of feeling. Looking at that expression, I regretted saying something that had disappointed Mion like that. I was about to say that I could stay for a little bit longer, when Shion got up from the seat.
はい、これ。このチケットで払えば、ホットケーキ代も大丈夫ですから。
Pancakes! Thank you. Pancakes forever. Saying that, she showed me a coupon booklet as she tore out a few sheets and handed them to me.
便利でしょ？お給料の他にもらえるボーナスチケットなんですよ。
いいよ。ホットケーキ代くらい払えるよ。
おやおや、遠慮するなんてケイちゃんらしくないですよ。私がお姉だったら喜んでおごられるくせに。
She said that as she laughed, gently stopping me from opening my wallet. Being told with such an encouraging smile really resounded with me.
園崎さん、すみません。レジ入ってください。あ、はい、今すぐ。
Later. Today was fun. Saying that, Shion smiled one more time at me.
ああミオン、今日は本当にありがとうな。この恩は忘れないよ。
そう思うならきっと返してください。楽しみにしてますから。
After I said it, I realized I mistakenly called her Mion. I didn't know if she realized it or not. Well, potato, potato. Keiichi, where have you been? Not Hooters. Let the animation close first. Okay, now can I... There we go, now we can go back to remake art style. Lazing around and watching television after dinner was a part of my daily routine. It might seem like a waste at first glance, but you could say it was an important time when I was able to accrue knowledge from everything from politics to economics to various trivia. After dinner was valuable time well spent while the brain was at its most supplied with nutrients.
バカバカ、東京タワーの方が高いに決まってあー
Today I tested my knowledge of trivia by watching my weekly quiz show. Oh, he likes Jeopardy too! Sitting in front of the television, I was able to get a lot of the answers right. But if I were actually up on stage, I'd probably fail miserably. That's how it always is! You go on, you like are watching Jeopardy, you're like, what idiots, I know all of these! And then you actually go on Jeopardy, you're like, I don't know how to green buzzer. Duh, Alex, is it Arizona? It's like, they already asked if it was Arizona, idiot. Oh. Which one? I mean...
園崎ミオンか
It was a little late for her to be calling. I had a bad feeling about this. But even though I said that happily, I had a hunch it was something to do with club activities. She was probably going to inform me about what we were doing tomorrow. This was Mion we were talking about. She might even go so far as to say we're doing club activities right now, so hurry up and come over. By the way, it was 8 p.m. Oh no, it's time for bed. Hello?
今から部活の野戦ってのは却下だぞ。
じゃなくて、その...
It was Mion, but it was a very un-Mion-like way of talking. Huh? Could it be?
ごめん。ひょっとしてミオンじゃなくてシオンか
How long are we gonna play up with this farce?
そうです。どうもこんばんは。夜分遅くにすみません。
For Mion, this would have been an ill-fittingly polite way of talking. Shion's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you that night, but I was just wondering if you'd like to hang out sometime. That would be fun. Mion's just like, hey, jerkbot, we're doing this in the park. Get over here now or we're gonna TP your house. That's kind of the difference between the two. Even though they were both the same person. With a dry smile, I enjoyed that mysterious feeling.
いや、別にいいよ。それより何の用だい？
ケイちゃんはケーキとかデザートとか
Who doesn't? Especially when other people make them for me. There was no way I hated them. I'm an unabashed glutton.
あらよかったです。実はですね、夏の新デザートコンテスト
Now that's where I am. I'm gonna be a judge. Looks like they have a new dessert menu every season. So they were hiring taste testers for potential
エン
desserts.
ジェルモートのデザートはかなり評判いいんですよ。モニターの募集もかなり倍率高いんです。
Are you gonna pull some
そ
strings?
れで担当直入な話。
じゃーんと言われても見えないからわからないけど。
そうです。そのモニターチケットがここにあるってわけです。もしも甘いものが嫌いじゃないならいかがですか？
いかがですかって、つまりなんだよ。そのチケットで俺が新デザートを食い放題。
This is like paradise! They say to beware of honeypots, but this is sweeter than any pot of honey. Oh, you can eat free dessert? No way! He's not perving over the costumes anymore. We've done it. We fixed him.
明日お店に来たら係の者に名前を言ってください。
Are we going to Hooters every day now? Is this just our life?
それで万事 OK ですから。
万事 OK って。それで
All you can eat?
無料なのか？
ええ、無料です。結構ありますから、お腹を空かせてくることをお勧めします。
Shion's the nicest. This was such a delectable opportunity, it was almost scary. This was really Shion, right? It wasn't Mion posing as Shion in order to bait me into a trap, was it? They're the same person! What am I saying? They're the same person.
はいはい。ケイちゃんの考えてることは分かってますよ。こんな美味しい話があるわけないって思
Well,
ってる
that
んで
is
すよ。
true. There's always a catch. Always.
ギグ。いや、そんなことは全然。
Snort?
お姉から聞いてますけど、つくづく嘘のつけない人なんですね。
They call me George Washington.
私そういうの嫌いじゃないです
Shion laughed with a voice that sounded a lot like how Mion would laugh. Yeah, I wonder why.
実は私明日はちょっとバイトしたらすぐに終わりなんです。もしもご迷惑じゃなかったらその後ちょっとご一緒してもらってもいいかな。
Yes.
明日のバイトはすぐ終わっちゃうんだ。
I already like the Shion side of Mion. I could see Proxima why you like her.
はい。だからケイちゃんがデザート食べながらのんびりしてるうちに終わっちゃうんです。
Yeah, yeah.
まあ俺も特に用事はないし多少付き合うくらいなら構わないよ。
別にどこかに行くわけでもないです。夕涼みしながらお散歩でもできたらなって思ってるだけですから。
There was no reason for me to refuse. Out of courtesy, I might as well take her up on her offer.
そういえばケイちゃんと私ってなんだか
Yeah, apparently this is only like 3 days and not like a full week like I thought it was.
言われてみればそうだな。
でも OK してもらえたおかげでまた明日も会える口実。
Okie dokie, Shion, just don't turn into a yandere, alright? Huh? What was Mion saying?
ケイちゃんなんだか声が裏返ってます。
She better not be like, we have to hang out every day, or else gets reptile eyes.
どうしたんでしょうね。
That's probably what's gonna happen, actually. That would be a cool way to do it. The reptile eyes gotta come back at some time. It wasn't a video game, but... Shows what my brain's like! It wasn't a video phone, but she could tell I was beat red.
じゃあ明日きっと来てくださいね。それじゃあこれで失礼します。おやすみなさい。
あ、おやすみ。
Shion finished with what she called to say and ended the conversation without any chit-chat. When I returned to the living room after hanging up the phone, the TV was already off and my mom was sleeping on the rocking chair. Why did Shion invite us, though? Actually, wait. I was gonna say surely she has other friends, but not really. Hinamizawa was pretty small. So actually, no, it does make sense why she would invite us. Not feeling like turning the TV back on, I went back upstairs and returned to my room.
俺、シオンに世話になってばかりだよな。
She brought me a bento and saved me when I got involved with those thugs. She was supposed to be a different person, so I could thank Mion at school. Come to think of it, she'd probably just say she'll pass it on to her sister. I have to thank Shion directly. Tomorrow I'll have to repay her somehow. That's a nice thing to do, Keiji. Yeah, she's done so much for us. She deserves to have something nice done for her. New tips unlocked! Details of the delinquent free! Oh! Are they going to be more plot important? Mob mentality! Get rescued! These are great achievements. Oh, is this going to be at the police station? Like, details on who they were? Yep.
で俺たちが逮捕されなきゃなんねんだろう。すっとらってんじゃねえ。話さんけこれ。
クマちゃん、腕を離してあげていいですよ。さささ、どうぞおかげになって。
The three people rubbed their arms painfully. Kumagi-kun and the others must have been squeezing them pretty tightly.
お兄さんたち誤解しないでくださいよ。別に逮捕したわけじゃないんだから。クマちゃん、冷蔵庫から冷たいの出してあげてください。お兄さんたちは泡の出る麦茶と出ない麦茶どっちがいいです？ん？
They plunked down onto the reception sofa, and despite not yelling anymore, they still had dangerous expressions. What I'd give to be young again.
飲まないなら私勝手に飲んじゃいますよ。失礼してピシッと。勤務中に飲むビールが一番美味しいですね。
Is that a fact? As he downed the beer with glee, the three people exchanged glances, then finally reached out for their cans. They hadn't stopped being cautious. It was more like they didn't see a reason to refuse. They each opened their cans and began to drink the contents. I thought the tip was going to end there.
ここいらの人じゃないでしょう。
They looked at each other again, suspicious of whether they should tell him.
お兄さんたち大学生？お友達同士？バイクか何かで旅行中だったんでしょうかね。羨ましいな。
He's doing the good cop routine.
家は近くってわけじゃないんでしょ？どっから来たの？大阪ですかな？
んなのどこでもいいだろ。
まあまあ、そうすごまないで。あのままいたらお兄さん方だってやばかったでしょ？
They seem to recall the thrilling event from earlier. While they could understand getting surrounded by students or a gang or something along those lines, they would never have been surrounded by locals both young and old, both men and women before. It was easy to imagine how scared they must have been.
ここいらの人間ならどんな間違いがあってもひなみ沢の人間には手出ししないですよ。あそこの連中は特殊なんです。子供の喧嘩に親は出てくるな、なんてもんじゃない。一人をいじめたらそれこそ村中が総出でやってきますよ。いや、ほんと脅しでも何でもなく。
They couldn't argue against that. They themselves had been surrounded. They'd seen it with their own eyes, there was no doubt about it.
ここいらじゃねえ。ひなみ沢の人間に睨まれたらあっさり鬼隠しにあって消えちまうんです。
Oh, we're getting back to this.
おお、跡形もなく忽然と。お兄さん方、行方不明になったら誰か捜索願いを出してくれるご家族はいます？いないならまずいな。蒸発扱いですよ。
Even then, we got there soon enough that nothing happened. If we had been late, things could have taken a turn for the worse. If they'd been forced into an alleyway, these young men wouldn't be sitting on a couch right now. They might be lying on an autopsy table. Well, probably not. Anyway, perhaps they'd be a little more cooperative if we'd found them as corpses.
お兄さん方、沖宮へは何で来たの？バイク？
バイク。
そりゃまずいな。さっきのとこにまだ止めっぱなしなんでしょ？あんたらのこのことバイクを取りに戻ったら今度こそ袋叩きに遭いますよ。
なんだよそれ。
Calm down. Calm down. Why are young people these days so quick with the shouting?
あんたらももう面倒ごとはごめんでしょう。バイクのナンバー教えてください。ここまで持ってきてあげますから。クマちゃん、交通課対策にゲート車を借りてきてください。
別にいいよ。自分たちで取りに行くからいいって。
あんたら本気で囲まれたいんですか？今度は警察間に合わないかもしれませんよ。
大丈夫だっつってんだろ。囲み上等で。
おい、お兄さん方、あんたら今泡の出る麦茶飲んだろ。エンジンかけてみろ。その場で飲酒取るぞこら。
汚ねえ。
警察が税金使って兄さん方のバイクを運びして死んぜよって言ってんだよ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで。
Okay, now we're seeing the bad cop. There we go. The three of them were hesitant to tell him the numbers. They were mumbling something along the lines of not remembering them since they just bought the bikes. Well, that's what I thought.
クマちゃん、ゲート車に同行してバイク持ってきてあげて。ごつい赤いやつとテールランプの右側が割れたやつ。あとシートにガムテ貼ってあった白いやつ。それだろ、兄さんたちのバイク。
They didn't answer. Those must be the right ones.
おいさん、ゲート車来ましたんで行ってきます。
はいはい、よろしくお願いします。あとクマちゃん、ちょっと。
なんすか？
ナンバー紹介しといてください。間違ったバイクを持ってきちゃうと悪いから。
The three people's faces changed color. They made themselves very easy to understand.
バイク戻ってくるまでのんびりしてましょうよ。ビールもっとありますよ。乾き物だってありますし。テレビ見ます？ろくなのやってませんけどね。
いいよ、俺たちもう行くから。こんなとこにいつまでもいたくねえよ。
Did you guys steal those bikes? Suddenly, there were 5 or 6 huge officers surrounding them. Their clearly overpowering stares nailed them to the sofa.
なんだよ。俺たちが何かしたかよ。
Going on a trip by stealing motorcycles, huh? Students these days have too much time on their hands. Oh, they even stole the bikes. Why'd they get so upset about us kicking them then? kids these days. Alright. Well, we got time for another skit. Let's go and eat all-you-can-eat desserts at the Hooters. This'll be great. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I'd been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made the point of leaving half my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger. Free all-you-can-eat dessert! What's not to like about that? Oh, Keiichi, you're gonna feel awful afterwards. I guess it was obvious. Rena had questioned me with a happy look. That's right. Why don't I invite Rena for dessert as well? Because she has to pay for hers. No, if I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rena be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever.
ちょっとしたラッキーでさ、明日報告してやるよ。レナきっと羨ましがるぜ。
なんだろういいのそのラッキーって可愛いかな
It's delicious. Cute. I wonder what Rena would think of the uniforms that Angel wore. She'd be, Keiichi, these are slutty uniforms, slap. They'd definitely be a critical hit.
多分かなり可愛いかも。
いいの何かな
へえ、どんな幸運に恵まれたのやら。
As if you didn't know.
ひょっとして2月くらい前にエンジェルモードで三角くじとか引いた？それに当たった？
おいおい、俺は2月前にはまだ転校してきてないぞ。
Dang, Keiichi's got some close friends for not being here for even 2 months.
ああ、そっか。じゃあエンジェルのデザートフェスタでもない。
Good psychopathic friends. Oh, the dessert fiesta or festa.
みーちゃん、エンジェルのデザートフェスタって何かな？
Festa of the Lion King.
ほら、沖宮の駅前の正面にエンジェルモートっていうファミレスがあるじゃない？
It's apparently the only restaurant that
そ
exists.
こではね、季節の変わり目に新デザートのお披露目イベントをやるんだよ。それが今日でね。あ、言っても無駄だよ。くじ当選者以外は入店できない貸し切りデーだから。
Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night.
レナも今度からお店に通ってみよう。頑張ってくじを当てて次のデザート食べ放題を狙うの。
頑張れ。
I wonder how many raffle tickets they. What if but Angel Mort is supposed to be a restaurant that's like people come from long away. Like, what if you took a trip to Japan and just entered the raffle, went back home to like, I don't know, South Africa, and then it's like, hey, congrats, you got invited to the Angel Mort all you can eat restaurant. They're like, I'm in Africa, I can't really go back. It's not like I could just fly over there anytime I want.
ちなみに聞いた話だと、当選くじはマニア垂涎のプラチナチケットで、闇では高値で取引されてるなんて噂が。
Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that ticket was much more valuable. It's like the Willy Wonka golden tickets. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased yet again.
ありがとな。そんなに価値があるものなんて俺全然知らなくて。
I whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly.
何？なんか言った？
It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today I'll thank Mion while she's Shion.
じゃ、おじさんはこの辺で失礼するわ。
Coincidentally, Mion has to do something totally unrelated
今日
today.
のバイトはちょっとハードなんだよな。じゃあね。
Mion waved her hand energetically as she left.
ねえケイチ君、なんだかみーちゃん最近変なの。
Yeah, but in a good way.
浮かれてるっていうか嬉しそうっていうか。
Yeah, cause I got a golden ticket.
そうなのか？
Oh wait, I skipped past too much of that. Rena was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion always seemed the same as always, but Rena apparently felt something different.
ケイチ君は知らないのかな？てっきり知ってるのかなって思って。
Rena's skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile.
知ってるって俺が何を
I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't really know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rena paid it no heed.
そっか。じゃあ何なんだろうね。でもみーちゃんが機嫌いいとレナも嬉しいよ。
Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I don't know why, but Rena was in a really good mood. Maybe she also got a golden ticket. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful. That's impossible.
でもね。
When I hear the cicadas do not sound nice. It's just beep, 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 beep. But you see, Rena abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a more somber one.
みーちゃんね。つい最近ね。すごく傷つけられたの。
Oh?
傷つけってえ
Did she break her leg? Wait, that's impossible. She was walking. Did she break her funny bone? Because that real hurts. The pain that Rena was talking about probably wasn't physical. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a kinker sore. Man, nobody knows what true pain is until they've had a kinker sore. Let me tell you what. That's sarcasm, folks.
はじめはあまり気にしてないふりをしてたけど、怪我と同じ。だんだん腫れてきた。じんじん腫れてきた。とうとう痛みがこらえられなくなって、夜中に目を覚ました。そして、レナに電話してきたの。みーちゃんは泣いてた。
Oh no.
ごめんそれ何の話だよ
何の話？レナは今何か話をしてた
She's
の
like,
かな
whoops, shouldn't have said that.
おいそんなとぼけ方するなよ今レナは
知らない知らない。
She's like, you won't tell me about your secrets. Why should I tell you about mine?
レナは何も知らないよ。はう。
Rena spun as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her head against the wall. Bleh. Well, that's what you get for spinning around while running.
バカだな調子に乗ってぐるぐる回ってるからだよ
That's what you get.
気持ち悪いかも。
I'll lend the dits a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Rena, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic Rena had brought up before never arrived. Come on, off to eat dessert! That's what we really want. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go to Angelmort! It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete! Tally-ho! Tally-ho, lads! Dang, instantly. Angelmort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert Festa today, admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb up the steps to enter the restaurant.
あんた当選者なのかチケットを持ってるのか
ああまあなラッキーだったんだ
As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. What is going on? The reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside.
そうだったのかますますレナや他のみんなを誘ってやるべきだった
Oh man!
親切にありがとうでも今の話は聞かなかったことにするよ
With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once, like the souls of the damned seeking succor.
その4名様までのお供に
I am not letting someone named Otaku, who I am not friends with, into the, like, Hooters with me. What selfish people. This is the only reason they were crowded in front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out for me like the teeth of a giant rake and grasped at the air. I thought they were going to be like, show us your ticket, or else. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. Yeah, the nerve of me not inviting a man named Otaku that I didn't know. This isn't something to joke about! I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself into the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. Prepare to be amazed! The miserable Thrallin of the Damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door. But inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than the refreshing piece of scenery. Do you have your ticket? I forgot it. I knew that I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle. Good afternoon!
エンジェルモートへようこそ。本日はデザートフェスタにつき、チケットのお客様のみの貸し切りになっております。チケットとご方面をお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
チケットはないけど、名簿に名前があると思います。前原です。
前原あった。失礼ですが、フルネームでお伺いしてよろしいですか。
圭一です。前原圭一。
大変失礼いたしました。
Everybody tries to do
特別
this.
招待の前原圭一様です。
Yes, a personal invitation from the Sonozaki Shion.
お席へご案内いたします。どうぞこちらへ。
Does she have a fake ID card for Shion, I wonder? The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived.
いらっしゃいませ。
Uh-oh. Time to go to the slightly less skeevy costume.
ようこそエンジェルモートへ。
Hey, Shion. Hey, girl.
今日は本当にありがとうな。世話になりに来たぜ。
ちょっと遅かったから心配しました。
Yeah, I'm sorry. Some weirdo named Otaku was trying to grab me.
でも来てくれて嬉しい。
Not him. He's such a creep. It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile.
見ての通り、今日はお客さんがすっごいんで、定時に抜けさせてもらえるかちょっと自信がないんです。
Bring me one of everything.
私の仕事が終わるまでのんびりしててくださいね。終わったら一緒に遊びに行きましょうね。
Ooh, I do like Let's Playing, so... Whispering that last part into my ear, Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood of the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter.
お待たせしました。
Okay, so out of the desserts, we gotta take a look at this. So first off, we gotta hide the text box so we can very much see everything. So we got water with ice cubes, that's pretty normal. We have what appears to be a lime and orange in some kind of a drink. We have like a cherry parfait, okay. We've got like a strawberry banana sundae with like mango at the bottom, alright. Strawberry cake, that would be pretty good. Chocolate cake, yes, that's like a tiramisu on the right. Ooh, we've got like a fancy mint leaf chocolate souffle. That looks pretty good. And then we've got a donut. And we can drink wine. Sweet. Alright, I think I would go for the cakes, personally. While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all of these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. On top of all of that, it was plenty delicious. I thought he said that the food kind of sucked. It was literally people just came there for the outfits. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience. There were absolutely no gaps in their repertoire.
どう考えても一人で食う量じゃないかもしれないな。まあそれは置いておいて。
It didn't feel relaxing in here at all. Probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise that they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. This is the real horror of the game. For the first chapter, you have, like, real psychological horror of your friends stalking and trying to kill you. This one, you just have to watch grown men go to Hooters. It's a very different kind of horror. Cool. This piqued my interest, so I started listening in on their conversation, and what themes I heard. Oh no. Well, how did Otaku get here? I guess he was found a way to mooch off of someone else's ticket.
僕ですか。当選チケットは秘密ルートから7万で購入したっつ。
職場には親戚の葬式でと言ったにゃりんよ。
Man, is everybody named Otaku?
エンジェルは制服が最高により。
Oh no.
ウェイトレスさん、水とかズボンにこぼしてふきふきとかしてくれないかにゃ。
Bro, you are disgusting.
にゃーにゃー。
エンジェルモートのフィギュアが今度発売されるらしい。
Of course they are, because money's all that matters.
次のイベントは要注意でござる。
そうそう。今度大手フィギュアメーカーが商品化を決めたそうであります。
This is very uncomfortable.
発売日は要チェックなので。
When I said I wanted horror, I didn't want this. I know it's not a name. I know it's not. That's the joke, Proxima. It started as a joke and it got less funny the more people named Otaku came in. Yeah.
しかし大人買いするには種類が多すぎるのでごわすな。普通のファミレス制服のフィギュアなら10種類程度でごわすのに、今度のはシークレットポーズ差分込みで100種類。
I just am willing to bet that there's official Higurashi merchandise, figurines of the girls in the Angel Morn uniforms. The scalpers. Yeah, I mean, you gotta expect that. When Willy Wonka sends out 5 golden tickets for 4 people, you pay what you got to.
ファンとしては即日コントはキム。いや、君と僕とのディスティニーでおじゃるよ。
The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. But they still keenly conveyed that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality. Man, we should have invited all the other... We're friends with 4 other girls, and one of them works here. We could have had the whole group come. That would have been nice. They ruined Picasso Pikachu, now this. What the heck is Picasso Pikachu? Some kind of Pokemon variant.
次のデザートは南国風シナモンのアバンチュール。
I'm not eating something with the word affair in it.
どうかなさい
On
ました
principle.
か？
I'm about to explode.
いえ、なんかこう今日の店内は雰囲気が違うなと。
うちのお店、その道の方々にはかなり有名らしいんです。
Yeah, I believe it.
まあそういう狙いのお店ですからいいんですけどね。でもイベントの日のお客様はちょっと濃いめの方が多いんで困っちゃいます。
They're probably happy to see just a normal guy. Well, normal in double quotes. Who's like not... Keiji at this point is not creeping on the waitresses. He's just like, oh yeah, I'm here for those. He's here for the desserts. He's a man of culture. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile.
なんかお客の人たちも血走っててハイエナみたいですよね。
Yep.
今日のお客さんのほとんどはかなり遠方から
I knew it! There were people from South Africa that just randomly entered it.
そういう方々ってハメを外しやすいんでちょっと怖いです。
Oh, this is how we're gonna repay. This is how we're gonna repay Shion. They're probably gonna... Shion's gonna get into some, like, situation with the otakus, and we're gonna be like, hey, this is where Kermit to the rescue.
ちゃんとガードを固めておかないと大
Because
変なんです。
they're prefacing it with all this, so this is clearly leading somewhere. Oh, that's annoying. Scalpers can be the worst. What did she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. I turned around startled to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Oh, that sucks. Wait, is that Shion? Oh, I knew it!
すみませんでした。
This is how it starts. Yeah. They're gonna get super upset and we're gonna step in and be like, hey, bro.
そのお召し物は
なんてことするにゃり。
This is my cosplay!
もうジーンズ専門店でピピもしたズボンが生クリームでベトベトにゃりよ。
Okay, you know, bro, $18 jeans, really not that expensive. Although this was 1983. Never mind, it was more expensive back then. What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy.
これはひどいですにゃ。
よ。
Oh no!
ウェイトレスさんが精神誠意ふきするしかないでござるにょ。
Oh, yeah, these guys are gonna be creepy! Well, they already were. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey! Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that obviously aberrant tent he had pitched over his crotch? Oh, rubber.
でもその
ふき。
If I ever end up like this, kill me. The wipey chant quickly spread throughout the room. What? Oh, it's this kind of crowd. Totally concerned, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. Uh-oh.
園崎さん、足を引っ掛けられたん
Oh,
ですね。
she didn't trip on her own. She was tripped. Oh,
ああやってわざと衣服を汚されて絡んでくる
Please turn into a Street Fighter style game. Oh, that would be so great.
足を引っ掛けてだって？じゃあ今のあれも事故じゃなくて恋？
メインの女の子は十分気をつけてますから絶対ああはならないんですけど、園崎さんは短期バイトだから
Oh,
まだ
this is like a thing they do? Oh,
今日のお
we're
客様
going
たちに
down.
早々に見破られちゃったみたいで、朝からあんな感じで絡まれてるんです。
They've been here enough that they're like, I don't recognize that waitress. We'll trip her, so she'll fall for it. These guys are the worst.
あんな不良な客は追い出せよ。
We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. I get it if you're the waitresses, but you're the manager. No way, you can do what you want. If you want to kick out these 4 otakus, I know 4 other otakus who would happily take their place. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch on full display. Bruh. Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers.
さあさあふきするでござるよ。
Bruh, you were the worst. From my male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but from a woman's point of view, this was obviously pure humiliation. When I was trapped by those thugs and had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to me and saved them. I knew it! I knew we were going to repay the favor now! Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partly to blame for this. And it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? We were to blame for bothering the bikers thugs, so... Even these guys, they were just going to jeer at her in a bit of lewd situation. It's not like they were going to eat Shion alive or anything. You still stand up. It'd be alright if I just consoled her afterwards, right?
私だって怖かったですよ。でも他ならぬケイちゃんのピンチだし、勇気出して頑張りましたってことです。
When I, a man, was being assailed by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, Shion saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy degenerates were trying to pin the blame on Shion. This time our roles were reversed. Hey Keiichi Maebara, if you don't save her now, when will you ever be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi Maebara? At that time, Mion didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her?
さあ観念するでござる。
That was the least intimidating laugh ever.
やかましいぞ重量オーバー。俺の目が黒いうちに出て失せろ。
I grasped Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me.
ケイちゃん。
そのスタッフが世のオズボンに粗相したのでござるよ。
Oh, how dare she!
お仕置きが必要なのはてめえの方だ。男なら能書き吐くな。腕で物を言ってみろ。
Oh! It is turning into Street Fighter! My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my own seat. Oh no! Otaku got a hit on us! This guy is strong! No matter how you look at it, Athletic and this Lardo aren't even in the same area code!
オタクは意外にマイナーな武道を得得していることが多いでござるから。
Oh darn it! I forgot about that! The man smirked, showing off his gum line.
ケイちゃん、大丈夫？
Damn it! How lame must I look right now?
シオンは足を引っ掛けられたんだろう。向こうが悪いんだから、つけ上がらせることなんかないぞ。
そうだけど、でもやっぱり
If someone intentionally trips you, it's actually not your fault.
もう一度だ。行くぞー。これくらいでへこたれるケイチ様だと思うなよ。もう一度だ。
This is humiliating. Whack snap funk!
もう口ほどにもないでござる。
まだまだ
Rise my will to fight! No! Not just running, I planted every last one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that vicious flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that with a smirk on his face, the fatso easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion. Hey, Marty. Oh, yeah. So we're basically at Hooters eating all-you-can-eat desserts, and there's a bunch of guys named Otaku here, and we're getting our butt kicked by one of them because they intentionally tripped our kind of girlfriend waitress, and you're caught up now. He wrapped around my whiffed punch, and he descended into an arc. There is no way Fat Otaku is this good at fighting. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock, and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time, he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation. Combining offense and defense. It was a brilliant counter. That's right. 3 times I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this vicious region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment I was, that sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Krish! I cannot believe we're getting our butt kicked by an otaku.
Young man.
I mean, come on. We can beat a taco! I was loath to admit it, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win through force of will alone. How about you dump a glass of water on him? After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat. No! We didn't even get 1 punch on this guy, and he knocked us unconscious! This is embarrassing. I am embarrassed for Keiji.
怪我しなくてよかったですね。
Maybe because the guy beat us up, they kicked him out, though, like they had an excuse. That's still pathetic, but a little less so. The more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over.
大丈夫ですか?
No! I got beaten up by an otaku. No, I'm not okay.
私なんかのためにすみませんでした。
俺こそ役に立たなくてすまん。
I guess, you know, that is fair. I didn't think of that. I assumed this guy was Keiichi's age, but no, you're right. He's probably like 20. He's probably my age. That makes a little more sense, but still.
俺喧嘩って勝ったことないし。
私のために助けに来てくれただけで嬉しかったです。
Okay. Keiichi, you're gonna take some Krav Maga, and then we'll have a rematch.
本当ですよ。それだけでも今日はケイちゃんに来てもらえてよかったかなって。
I know, Marty! I'm waiting for Chapter 2 to get creepy. But it hasn't happened. Instead, we just keep going to Hooters with the slutty outfit waitresses. The creepy is maybe more... Well, I hope Chapter 2 is creepy. As she said that, she stuck out her tongue teasingly. Oh no, that's a dumb move. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding in her hands.
園崎さん、R 入ってもいいですよ。
Wait, I didn't eat the brownie earthquake yet.
いいんです。バイトとはいえお給料もらってる身ですから、時間内はちゃんと働きたいんです。だから本当お気遣いなく。
She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. If that was reality. I really don't think that's the case,
デザートい
Marty.
っぱい食べててくださいね。
I really don't think that. I think every chapter is supposed to be creepy on some level. The creepy took a while to creep in, pun intended, in chapter 1. I just thought it would creep in a little quicker in chapter 2 now that we kind of know that it's gonna be a scary game.
一通り食べ終わったらアンケートを書いてもらいますので。
We also gotta figure out who's gonna get the reptile
じゃあ
eyes.
私ホールに戻りますね。
After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitress started heading back to work. That's where I stopped her.
すいません、ウェイトレスさん。
Excuse me, waitress
電
son.
話借りたいんですけど。
電話ですか？レジ横にございますよ。ご案内いたします。
No, your phone. I pulled a 10 yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. But being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now is not the time for tears. I had to fight.
確かチケット1枚で4人まで OK なんですよね。あと3人呼んでもいいんですよね。
ええ。
Yes! Yes!
一応名簿に書きますので、お名前を。
Alright, Officer Uisi! Oh wait, no. I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to that humiliation. Are we calling in our school friends? Are we calling in our fellow women to beat up this guy? There are 3 feigns that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is that I am a man who is not afraid to throw away his pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history! We are calling the club members.
名簿には竜宮レナ、それから北条聡子、古出理香で。
Oh, I'm a little worried bringing Rika over here.
かしこまりました。
And
受
Rika
け
can
たま
hold
わり
her
ま
own.
す。
I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes! You fat asses! Prepare to meet your maker! I hope they don't mind the 1-hour bike ride.
いいお店だね。
Oh, sorry, we got the other club members. We gotta go back to the remake art style now.
制服かいい。
No, Rena, they're not. No, Rena, don't.
しかもデザートまでおごってもらえるなんて僕は大感激なので。
How's it going, Rika? I really hope the guys don't creep on you.
ああ、好きなだけ食ってくれ。俺の分なんか気にするな。
ケイチさん、茶番は結構でございますのよ。
She's like, what's the catch?
条件に入ってほしいですわ。
Rena and Rika-chan put their forks down when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly to the table.
頼む。俺の不甲斐なさを笑ってもいい。力を貸してくれ。
The 3 of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior.
どうしたのかな。何があったんだろう。
実はミオンの妹のシオンがこの店でバイト。
Yeah, her twin, totally.
ああ、話に聞いてたみーちゃんの妹さんだね。
Rika would say that.
そしてあれかな。あれ似てるね。似てるも何も髪を下ろしただけの。
Yes! Thank you, Satoko, for pointing out the obvious. I didn't know what to say.
ケイイチがシオンだと言うからシオンなのですよ。
Rika's like, I have dessert. I don't really care.
いくら双子だってあんなにうり二つになるもんなんですの？
Don't be silly. They're not even the same sprite.
一卵性ソーセージって言ってね、本当にそっくりの双子ってこともあるんだって。
Rena gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced.
納得してもらえたかな。それで本題だ。
What are we going to do? I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, and how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also, how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it. Oh, I thought he was going to neglect that Otaku kicked our butts.
それはひどいね。 しーちゃんかわいそう。しかしそれを助けられないなんてみっともないにも程がありますわよ。
Alright, Satoko, I didn't have to invite you.
それについては返す言葉がない。
さとこちゃん、負けを認めて助けを求めるのってとっても難しいことなの。
Thank you, Rena.
ケイイチくんは変なプライドなんかよりしーちゃんを助けることを選んだんだよ。ふん、情けないですこと。
I disagree, Satoko. Rena's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there were no malign intentions behind her words.
で、僕たちは何をするですか?
Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika-chan's suggestive silence in kind with my own quiet resolve.
まあ、そんなところだと思ってましたわ。ケイイチさん一人には少々荷が重すぎますもの。
じゃあ、
Well, yeah, there are 4 fat asses to deal with.
当然だよ、ケイイチくん。私たちは誰がいじめられても助けに行くよ。
I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs, what Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maebara, now is not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight!
一人で頑張ったけど、歯が立たなくてかわいそう。
Okay, don't patronize me, Rika. Let's just focus on the problem at hand. Rika-chan gently pat my head for me. But there was no mindless pity in the palm of that hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feeling of, leave the rest to us. What are they gonna do?
もろもろの都合により、ミオンは参戦できない。
Yep, yeah, because she's working here.
作戦内容は、シオンの護衛と敵勢力の殲滅。
敵って誰かな？いっぱいいるのかな？
現時刻以降、シオンにちょっかいを出そうとする全個人、全交戦規定はなし。報酬は今食ったデザート。質問はあるか?
Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Thank you for joining in, DX, and I hope you have a wonderful sleep. And enjoy the cats tomorrow. I will be finishing up the stream whenever we come to a convenient breaking point. Which is probably pretty soon, because it looks like we're about to get our justice. Rika held up her hand.
なんだい、リカちゃん。
手加減は必要ですか？不要に決まってますわ。
I'm a little disturbed by what Rika just said there.
ミオさんの妹に狼藉を働く輩に手加減なんか不要ですの。いいんですね。
What are you going to do, Rika? Rika was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. I'm counting on you, Rika.
全責任は俺、前原圭一が取る。
Someone tells me Rika's got some some deep stuff going on.
蹴散らしてやれ。
よーし、レナも頑張るぞ。
すまん、よろしく頼む。
ケイイチさん、そんなに力まなくても大丈夫ですのよ。まあご覧遊ばせ。ケイイチさんがそのパフェを食べ終わる頃にはお掃除は終わってましたよ。
Prove it.
ではみんな頑張りましょうですよ。ファイトオーです。
This, the most powerful warband the world has ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader, but when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring.
園崎さん、7番テーブルにデラックスパフェを5つお願いします。あ、はい。
Oh, we got this. I don't like this outfit. I like the end. You know what? Hey, let's switch over to this and enjoy this with the other characters as well. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. Are they gonna trip her again?
どうしよう、また来たでござるよ。
今度はミーのおズボンにぶっかけさせて、一層念入りにふきふきしてもらうよ。
Is this their only move? This is pathetic. It was the same wipey scheme that had just occurred a short time earlier. This time another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack.
圭一よりレナへ。5、6番テーブル付近で待ち伏せだ。レナ、 聞こえてるか？
お店の制服かいいね。
Focus, Rena. Focus. Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Rena. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Rena was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. Rena, snap out of it! From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a hen house. But when it comes to Rena, things are different.
怪異状態シンクロ率 120%。 勝ったな。
Oh, brother.
あの状態のレナさんには地球上のどんな物理法則も通用し
Your
ます
mouth barely even opened a pixel, Satoko. Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleaze bags.
今でござるよ。どうし世界の輝ける明星にして偉大なる総統閣下万歳
Did this guy seriously just say El mein Führer? Wow. Just in case you didn't know, we were supposed to be rooting against them. Shining Lucifer? Okay! A snake stepped out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Or a leg, not a snake. A snake? 3 of them at once! It happened in an instant! The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles.
これは何事でござるか
Rena tethered into view and gave them a warning?
おいたはダメなんだよ。メだよ、メ。レナがお持ち帰りするからメ。
小娘神妙な技を
It's impossible! The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed out.
さすがはレナさん。
Why is her mouth only open by like 2 pixels?
いつ見ても恐ろしいキレですわね。
I can't. I just had facial surgery.
ああ、絶対的なガードだ。
I do like console Satoko though.
半径2メートル以内で行われるシオンへのあらゆる攻撃をレナは完全なカウンターで粉砕する。
As Shion was making her rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands. Is everybody doing it?
レナよりケイチ君へもうしーちゃんにちょっかい出す人はいないよ。
Good job, Rena.
もうお持ち帰り。
ケイチよりレナへご苦労だった。引き続き護衛を続けてくれ。それからお持ち帰りは不可。繰り返す。お持ち帰りは不可。
じゃあ見てるだけだよ。見てるだけ。
I guess just looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyways, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by their bruises.
現時刻をもって敵勢力識別を完了。次のフェーズへ移行する。ケイチよりサトコへ。そっちはどうなってる？
サトコですわよ。どうなってるとはひどい言い方でございますわね。ケイチさん、私を誰だと思っておいでですの？
Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with ordered chits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts. Is she gonna like spit in them or something?
さっきから何をしてるの？まあまあ、園崎さん、いいからいいから彼女に。
I like how all the waitresses are like, yes, please get rid of these
それより
idiots.
もこのオーダー全部一度に行くからお願いね。
The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once.
かわいいデザートがいっぱい来たよ。
分かってるだろうが手をつけるなよ。自分の身が大事なら。
わかってるけど。
Did Satoko spit in them? Certainly, they were all incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you could enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of the fact were the men now stuffing their faces. That's gonna reflect badly on the restaurant. Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong.
サトコ、何を混ぜた？塩やタバスコってわけじゃないだろ。
We use salt instead of sugar.
あら、ケイチさんが言ったんですの？手加減無用って。私、こう見えても叩くときは徹底的に叩く性分でございますの。
Okay, Satoko, you didn't do anything illegal. As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it smartly in her pouch.
さとこより理科へ。お客様が行きますわよ。エスコートお願いしますわ。僕にお任せなのです。
Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika-chan anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. Did you put, like, laxatives in the desserts? That restless fidgeting, and that look of relief when they found the single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on that placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people who were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs.
さすがにがっつきすぎたでござるよ。お手洗いはどこでござるか。
Yep, she put in laxatives.
僕もにゃりよ。オープンでなくクローズドの方でござる。今日リプレイ外しにゃり。
おトイレはどこにゃ。
Why are they saying meow? I don't want to know.
緊急発進スクランブルにゃ。
Wow. I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of the men into the washroom. The narrow hallway connecting to the washroom was crammed with about 10 men. As I peered over to see what was happening, whoa! It seemed that the toilet was clogged and backflowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. There was no way to use it in this state. What, Rika, what did you do? Damn, that's Satoko. What a frightening display of power! No, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up.
これでは尿が出せぬでござる。
どうしたものにゃりんか。毎度し。
It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there was one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that.
こうなっては最後の手段に。
Faced with a moral dilemma, that man had only one other option. The women's restroom.
さすがに女子トイレはまずいでござらんか。今日のお客さんに女子はいないにゃり。
You would think that!
コロンブスの卵でにゃり。
はあはあ、背に腹は変えられぬ。
That line just made me feel dirty. What a brazen bunch they are! The men, sweat now pouring from their brows, make a mad dash to the girls' room without any hesitation. Oh, Rika's gonna be there and be like, I'm calling the police, Nipa!
Me?
There was a girl there. It was Rika. In the flesh, kids! The men stood there frozen in various complicated poses, indicating their surprise. Rika also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. But the look on her face was strangely perfect. This is all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika-chan. I should never underestimate you.
これはでござるな。まだ待て。
み
男子便所がちょっとデンジャラスにゃので、ちょっとおトイレをお借りしたかっただけなのにゃ。にゃ。
み
でもやっぱりいけないことでござるよな。どうし諸君。
Folks, do you see the problem here? Not with the situation that's happening story-wise. I'm saying with this image here. Do you spot the problem? This is supposed to be the women's bathroom. So why do I see a urinal reflected in the mirror? You lazy boy! Just by having a girl standing there in the restroom, I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika-chan out of the way to try and do their business. Yeah, you're gonna get the police called on you. This is the most they could do after all. If it were a man in a full club mode, for example someone like me, they would plow through Rika-chan without a second thought! Now what are you going to do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid!
お困りなら僕が助けてあげてもいいのです。
片付けどござる。してその方法は？
お外のトイレを使えばいいのです。ご案内しますですよ。
それは助かるにゃりん。さあ、このままじゃ集団で不幸。
Why does this guy keep making cat noise? This guy's a furry. Rika-chan, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture.
マドマーゼル、そのトイレはここから遠いでござるか？
すぐに着きますです。
Obeying Rika-chan's directions, they were about to leave the restaurant.
ケイチ君、締めだよ。ビシッと言ってね。
おうよ、任せておけ。
I spread my arms out and blocked them as they tried to leave the restaurant.
何の真似でござるか？このでっかいワイド非常
This is not good.
悪人ども、この扉から一歩外へ出ることが
それはどういう意味にゃ？
ほら、チケットに書いてあるよ。途中退店無効って。
Oh, snap!
どこのおトイレに行くのも自由でございますがね。その扉を一歩でも外へ出たなら。
So what's gonna be, boys? Boom!
覚えてろ
！You'll regret this!
そんな怖いこと言う人たちは案内したくないのです。
Everyone panicked as Rika-chan began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. That also means Rika can't return. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
本日はご来店
I shall return!
Clang, clang. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them. There aren't any bathrooms here! Haha!
爆笑の極みでしたよ。やったね。
Rena and Satoko clapped their hands together.
俺一人じゃ歯が立たねえ連中もメンバー総登場ならまさに一網打尽だな。
この程度の相手なら私たちなら一人でもお相手できましたよ。ケイチさんも少しは腕をお磨き遊ばせ。
Alright, fine. I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it! One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them.
でもみーちゃんの妹さんを守れて本当に良かったね。もうこれでいたずらする悪い人たちは一人もいなくなったよ。
Well, we also pulled pranks, but for
素
justice.
敵な友人に恵まれたわね、園崎さん。
And we made friends with all the waitresses because they hated them as well. The veteran waitresses was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
私のためにその
Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
わあ、しーちゃんもかわいい。双子なんだね。
How are you only noticing this now? You were following her around and beating people up. Given Shion's personality, there's no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her.
分かってると思いますけど、園崎さん、とても感謝してますよ。私もホールを代表して感謝いたします。
Everyone's happy now. The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the other customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. Well, that was nice. We made the world a better place. And all it took was some laxatives. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika-chan made her return, but she was able to re-enter.
お疲れ。守備は上々か？ずいぶん遅かったな。
ごめんなさいなのです。帰りに迷子になってしまって大変だったのです。
Oh.
リカちゃんは変な道を通ることが多いからね。よく迷子になるんだよ。
How did she get lost? Just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
人間誰にも得て増えてがありましたよ。リカにはそんなの負けないような長所がたくさんありますわ。
それもそうだな。さっきの女子トイレのあの表情、やっだったな。
あの時の圭一はひどいのです。自分が彼らの立場だったら僕を弾き飛ばして女子トイレに飛び込むと考えていたのです。
また俺、考えが顔に出てたのか。
圭一くん、エッチなんだ。
If you've ever had a bathroom emergency. Let's just not think about that. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, a newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hideyama. The men claimed to have traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken to into custody was excess kilometers away from Shishibone. When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika was.
さてと、ごちそうさまなのでした。
Rika! That's going too far!
今日は呼んでもらえて嬉しかったのです。あら、もう帰りますの？もうちょっとゆっくりしても。タンスのお片付けの途中だったのですよ。あのままではお布団が敷けないのです。ああ、それもそうですわね。
Oops! Looks like I called her at a bad time.
うん、レナが電話した時はお部屋の片付け中だったんだよ。でも駆けつけてくれたんだよね。
She's a real friend.
まあ、非常時だから仕方ありませんわ。それに、甘いものをいっぱいいっぱい食べさせてもらいましたですから、とても。
今日はありがとな。急に呼び出しちゃって。
シオンによろしくとお伝えなのです。では失礼しますわ。レナさんはどうぞごゆっくり。うん、そうするね。
Rena's like, I want 10 of everything! I also want to apply for a job here! Rika and Satogo, both in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left. Yay! We did a good deed for the day. I think I need... Well... Again, I don't know how much longer this given scene is going to... I'll continue for a little bit longer. Or should I? Yeah, I can continue for a little bit. I at least want to finish up in the Angel Mort, because that's clearly about to finish. While Rena and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee. Oh. I would like to put this little cherry in.
あら、ちっちゃい二人は帰っちゃいましたか？
Hearing them called the little ones was so strange, I inadvertently burst out laughing.
なんか片付けの途中だったとかで帰っちゃったよ。
Shion had brought enough coffee for 4 people.
先輩に話を聞きました。なんだか私のためにいろいろご迷惑をかけてしまったみたいで。
全然迷惑じゃないよ。他ならぬしーちゃんのピンチだしね。あ、いいよね、しーちゃんで。みーちゃんとお揃いでかいいかなって。
あ、まあ、どうぞご自由に。
Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Rena started talking to her. Rena's pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rena would find out she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried off back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the 2 of us.
レナにそっけなかった。慣れ慣れしい子だと思われちゃったかな。
照れてるだけだよ。
でも本当にそっくりだね。双子ってよりももう一人のみーちゃんみたいな感じ。
外見は似てるけど雰囲気っていうか中身は全然違うだろ。そういう双子も面白いと思うけどな。
ケイチ君はそう思う？中身もそっくりだと思うよ。
Oh, Rena knows! It somehow became silent. Rena was just staring at the pattern of the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Rena's off-put mannerism seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. That unpleasantness carried on for a little while.
レナさ、今日言ってたろ。ミオンが傷つけられたなんて話。
そんな話したかな。
だからとぼけるなよ。確かに言ったよ。今日の学校からの帰り道で。
Rena answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, questioning if she said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Rena wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion. But when? Me?
もし仮にそういうことがあったとしても、それは俺には悪意はなかったんだよ。
I continued the conversation, but I left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion.
うん、きっとそうだと思う。圭一君に悪気はなかったと思うな。
Rena replied, also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. But that confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion. And Rena was upset with me due to the fact that I hadn't realized it.
誤解しないでほしいんだけど、別にレナは怒ってるわけじゃないよ。
Seeing right through what I was thinking, Rena said that as she smiled even more gently than usual.
ただなんていうのかな、難しいなって。
俺に落ち度があるならはっきりそうだと言ってくれないか。俺は自分でも呆れるほど鈍感なんだ。謝るべきことがあるなら少しでも早くそれに気づいて謝罪したいと思ってる。
別に圭一君に落ち度なんかなかったと思うよ。考えようによってはずるいのはみーちゃんの方なのかもしれないし、ずるいのが女の子だって居直るのもまたずるい気がするし。
What Rena said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of that was that I had said or done something that inadvertently hurt Mion.
頼むよ、レナ。ミオンは俺の最高の仲間の一人だ。遺恨を残してなんか付き合いたくない。だから教えてくれよ。俺は何を傷つけてしまったんだ？
ダメだよ。こういうのは自分で気づかなきゃ。
Rena was smiling like she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had the strength of will surprised me for a moment.
それに気づけないからこうして頼んでるんだろ。
My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Rena was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to a flat demeanor.
じゃあヒントだけならいいかな。特別なんだよ。
すまん、頼む。ちゃんと考えるから。
Rena looked around the restaurant, searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence as usual.
しーちゃん、髪の毛を上げて結んだらみーちゃんと見分けつかなくなるんだろうね。
うん、そうだな。
じゃあさ、みーちゃんが髪をほどいたらやっぱりしーちゃんと見分けがつかなくなるのかな。
多分な。でもそれとこれと何の関係があるんだよ。
もしもだよ、双子の妹なんて話は嘘で、あれは妹のふりをしてるみーちゃんだったらどう思う？
Yeah, we already knew this. Rena was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer.
質問に質問で返すようで悪いけどさ、レナの言う通りミオンがシオンのふりをしていたとして、それは何のためだよ。
After maintaining the silence for a while, Rena glanced at a clock.
そこを考えてほしいな。ヒントにしては多すぎかも。は
あ、After thanking me for the dessert, Rena stood up from her seat.
ごめんね。頼まれてるお買い物があるからそろそろ帰るね。
Thanks, Rena.
しーちゃんには挨拶もせずに先に帰っちゃってごめんって伝えておいてもらえるかな。
ああ、伝えておく。
ごめんね。
え？
レナって怒りんぼなの。
You were so short-tempered at the end of chapter 1, but not until
怒
now.
ってごめんね。圭一くんだけが悪いわけでもないのに。
Rena was harsh in her apology, but I was the one who really should have apologized.
みーちゃんだってもうそんなに気にしてないことだと思うの。だからなかったことにして忘れちゃってもいいと思うんだけど。でもね、同じ女の子としては圭一くんに自分で気づいて自分で謝りに来てほしいなって夢を見ちゃうの。
Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. While I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder.
お待たせしました。
Oh, hey! She's in her cute outfit now.
やっと終わりました。
It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me.
今日は本当にありがとな。どれもすごい美味しかった。みんなも喜んでたよ。
いえいえ、そんな。でも喜んでもらえて嬉しかったです。あれ？
さっきの女の人も帰っちゃったんですか？
買い物があるって言って帰ったよ。先に帰って申し訳ないって伝えておいてくれって。
そうですか。じゃあ私たちも表に行きません？たとえオフでもバイト先は緊張しちゃいますから。
We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I had been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. Let's go somewhere fun. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness. You did tell your parents where you were going, right, Keiichi?
なんだか暗くなってきちゃいましたね。もっと早めに終わらせてもらえる約束だったのに。
Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left.
でもいいかな。ちょっとでもこうしてのんびりお話できる時間が取れたから。
Saying that, Shion set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home.
さて、自己紹介からしようかな。初対面はいきなりお姉と間違えられるという衝撃的な出会いだけで、互いに挨拶もしてないですからね。
Yeah, we're keeping up this charade, eh? I could only smile and laugh wryly.
私、園崎シオンと申します。お姉と似てるのは外見だけなんですよ。お姉は大雑把で暑苦しい人なんだけど、私は几帳面だけど涼しい人なんです。
I remembered what Ren and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Rena said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Rena figured out that Shion was Mion. Gee, I wonder what could have tipped her off! It's not like I figured it out immediately. Also related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Rena had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion?
シオンは俺のことミオンからなんて聞いてるんだ？
お姉はケイちゃんのことお気に入りみたいですから。
Ooh, is that so?
饒舌にいろいろと喋ってくれますよ。
And she talks about me to you.
部活の話とか、やられたとかやり返したとか、そんな男の子みたいな話ばかりです。
Is that so?
本当に仲がいいんですね。
Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened that hurt Mion? Mion herself said that she wished she had been born a boy, and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she? We also didn't give her the doll.
さっきからなんだか楽しくなさそうです
That
け
probably
ど。
didn't matter.
いや、そんなことないよ。
Maybe that did.
隠し事が下手なくせに嘘つこうとするんですよね。だから憎めないんですけど。
Well, that's a relief. Saying that, she lightly chopped my forehead. Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Rena had left me with.
ほら、あれ、綺麗だと思いません？男の子でも綺麗に感じます？
Well, I can't see because the BG didn't change.
綺麗だな。
Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores that I normally would never enter. It wasn't like she was begging me to buy her anything, and I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling that she was good at conversation.
ケイちゃんってこういうの初めてですか？
ああ、初めてだよ。
I just realized that her left hand, it looks like she only has a thumb and 2 of her fingers. That's actually kind of weird.
こんな小物のお店なんかこうして連れてきてもらわなかったら一生入らなかったな。
そういうのじゃなくて、こういう感じの。
Blah! I leapt back when Shion suddenly linked her arm with mine.
そんなに驚かなくてもいいじゃないですか。女の子と腕を組むくらいそんなに恥ずかしいことなんですか？
Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time.
別に恥ずかしくなんかねえよ。
Say I a few more times.
腕が欲しけりゃ1本でも2本でもくれてやるよ。ほら。
ケイちゃんって本当に退屈しない人ですね。
Glad to help.
お姉のお気に入りってのもよくわかります。
いらねえなら引っ込めるぞ腕。
そんな喜んで拝借いたしますわ。
I like the banter back and forth we're having. Laughing in good spirits, Shion locked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat.
反応を楽しみたいんで意地悪に質問しますけど、ケイちゃん、女の子と腕組んだことあります？
First time for
林
everything.
間学校のキャンプファイヤーでってのはなしでです。
Darn it! That little devil! She was asking that question knowing full well what the answer would be.
林間学校を封じられると辛いな。
そうだと思いました。
そのいたずらっぽい笑い方、本当にミオンと同じだな。お前、本当にシオンなんだろうな。ミオンがシオンだって嘘をついてるんじゃないのか？
お姉がシオンのふりをしてるかもしれないって思ってます？
さっきまでは双子だと思ってたが、悪ふざけの仕方がミオンとそっく
You
りすぎ
did
るから
not
な。
think they were twins until just now.
口ではそんなこと言ってますけど、ケイちゃんはちゃんと私とお姉を区別してますよ。
区別ってなんだよ。
お姉がこうやって腕を取ってきたら、ケイちゃんドキドキしますか？
する。関節技でもかけられるんじゃないかと思ってびっくり。
Shion laughed so hard that she had to hold on to her sides.
おいおい、そんなにおかしいことかよ。肩腹を押さえて涙溜めるくらいに。
いえいえ、お姉ってしょうがないなって思ったんです。年頃の男の子と腕を組んで心臓を高鳴らすこともできないなんて、本当に女の子失格ですよね。
Bruh, don't need to put yourself down like that. I remembered once again that I'd heard someone say that before.
お姉は男の子に生まれた方が良かったんじゃないかなって思うことありますよ。そしたら私も惚れてるかもな。
That's a weird thing to say.
なんちゃって
That's still a weird thing to say.
ミオンも男の子に生まれたかったなんて言ってたな。
Also, it would have been cute to have a CG of the two arm in arm walking down window shopping.
お姉は女の子がしたいのか男の子がしたいのか、まあ不吉祥な生き方のツケですからね。放っておいてあげてください。
さっきから実の姉に随分な言い方だな。
私ミオンのどことなく甘えたところ好きじゃないんです。
The way that Shion talked somehow sounded cold.
シオンってミオンとあんまり仲良くないのか？
まあそこそこは仲良くやってます。でも姉妹として許せないなってところはいろいろありますよ。あれ見てください。可愛いと思いません？
I turned around to look at what Shion was pointing at. What was there in that was a form of... Blech. What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. Yeah, we never finished that, by the way. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sort of girls would like.
女の子ってどうしてこういうのが好きなのかな？
We always... Oh! Will we get to redeem ourselves? We snubbed Mion earlier with the doll. Did we get a chance to actually get her the doll for real this time?
だって可愛いじゃないですか。
I assume she's pointing at dolls.
ケイちゃんは可愛いって思いませんか？
俺は男だから特にそういうのは感じないよ。
まあまあ、ケイちゃんはこの中で一番可愛いのはどれだと思います？
You. Shion pulling on my arm motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar.
こっち側に並んで
Why
る
was there no CG
見
there?
覚えがあるな。
やっぱり有名なんですね。ケイちゃんでも知ってるくらいだから。
Shion sounded impressed.
最近イギリスから入ってきたばかりの新作なんですよ。
Oh.
この辺ではまだ売ってますけど、都市部の方じゃ品切れ状態で安さがポイントのはずなのに変に高騰しちゃってるそうですよ。
If you import something from another country, you're gonna get the price increased.
女の子っていい年になってもこういうのが好きなんだな。
There's a charm
人
to
に
him.
もよるでしょうけど、人形とかぬいぐるみとかを嫌いな女の子ってそんなにいないと思いますよ。あの男女のお姉ですら可愛いって言ってましたから。
We get it. I'm sorry for snubbing you on the doll, okay? They didn't give me a choice. I would have given it to you if they gave me the choice.
ミオンも可愛いって言うのか。そりゃすごいことだな。
That's right, I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion, who is a relative, everybody had gotten something.
やっぱりあれが一番ですよね。ドレスのふわふわな感じが本当に。
それだ。この店のマスターに俺がもらったやつだ。
らしいですね。
Shion replied softly but clearly.
吉郎おじさんが日曜日のイベントを盛り上げてくれたお礼にって。お姉が連れてきた友達4人に配ったんだそうです。
How do you know all this?
ドレスの人形は
Unless you're
ケイちゃん
Mion.
がもらったんですね。どうでしたか？とっても可愛かったでしょ？
She is so drilling me. I'm like, why didn't you get me the doll? As a man, there's no way I'd think it was cute.
じゃあその人形どうしちゃったんですか？
持っててもしょうがないからあげちゃったよ。
To who? As Shion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place.
今日はみんな本当にありがとう。
Flashback!
おかげでイベントは大盛り上がりだったよ。
Is the whole reason she pretended to be a twin sister just because we snubbed her with the
大
doll?
したものじゃないけど、これ今日のおだちんに。
あ、吉郎おじさん、私にはないの？おだちん。
かわいいのが出てきましたわよ。
When Satoko and Rika had opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
これかわいい。お持ち帰りしていいの？本当に？
ってことは俺のもかな。なんだかやたら可愛いのが出てきたぞ。
There was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress, one you'd use to play house. Rena's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same and Rika-chan too? I see. It wasn't just Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan. There was one other person who seemed jealous.
ケイちゃんには一番似合わないのが出てきちゃったね。
Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment.
なんつうのか、プリティっていうか、キュートっていうか、可愛いのは認めるんだが。
ケイちゃんが持ってたら確実に明日からあれな趣味の人扱いだね。うん。
Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't.
くれるの？
Yeah, I remembered that.
何？ありがとう。
Turning away from Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Rena. Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been the standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed something that was wrong. That's why I said it.
保身のためだよ。レナにあげないと夜道が怖い。
She was actually really broken up about that.
違いない違いない。
ミオンにあげようかと思ったけど、ちょっと違うよな。
Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I?
へへへへ、分かってるじゃない。私さ、どうして男に生まれなかったのかなって思う時あるよ。
Mion herself said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize that I had hurt her.
そうだな。ミオンってかっこいい系の方が似合うやつだもんな。だからこの店の手伝いはシオンちゃんが来て正解だったと思うぜ。
Huh? Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me.
その制服、ミオンなんかには絶対に似合わないと思うけど、シオンちゃんにはよく似合ってると思うしさ。
それって
Shion, like Ren often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion, but that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy.
ミオンの双子の妹なんだよ。性格は違うけど、外見は瓜二つなんだ。
そうそう。外見は似てるけど中身は大違いなんだよ。私は優しくて思慮深いけど、シオンは冷めてておっかない性格なんだよね。
多分 生まれた時にミオンの女の子らしい部分はミオンと違って実にはにかんだ笑顔の似合う
Yeah,
可
we
愛い
were
女
kind
の
of
子なんだ。
ruthless to her. Mion made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seemed she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside.
本当にいいのか？これタバスコとかがいっぱい入ってるとかそういう冗談じゃないのかよ。
もうお姉じゃないんですから、私そんなことしませんよ。別に嫌なら無理しなくても、帰って自分で食べちゃいますから。
I'm not my sister. That was how she said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion, and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, it carried a special meaning. How many of these flashbacks are we gonna get?
みーちゃんって不思議でしょ？女の子なんだけど男の子みたいっていうか。
That's what Rena said.
でもね、そんなみーちゃんも本当はすっごく女の子らしいんだよ。
レナ。
Rena knew from the beginning it was all BS.
お前ミオンにいくらもらったんだよ。
違うの。もうちゃんとした話をしてるんだよ。だよ。
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
みーちゃんは部活の部長さんだからみんなのリーダーとして頑張ってるけど、本当はとっても可愛い女の子なんだよ。それ特に圭一くんには忘れてほしくないな。
There never was a riddle to begin with. Rena was saying the answer right from the beginning. Can we please stop with the flashbacks now?
それでもう私何が何だか
Okay, this is a flashback we
わか
haven't
らな
seen
くなっ
before,
ちゃっ
though.
て。うん。ケイちゃんに悪気がなかったのは分かってる。分かってるつもり。
うん。圭一くんは人を傷つけるような人じゃないよ。だからみーちゃんが痛みを覚える必要なんか。
じゃあ何なんだろうね。悔しいのか、それとも悲しいのか、全然わかんない。
欲しかった？あのお人形。レナがもらったのをあげても何にも解決にならないもんね。
Yeah, she did feel bad.
そうだね。
じゃあみーちゃん、圭一くんにおねだりしてごらんよ。正面からぶつかってみた方が結構解決できるかもしれないよ。
そんなのできるわけないじゃない。
今さら恥ずかしくてできない？
ミオンじゃない私でもう一回やり直したい。そうしたら今度はもっと素直になりたい。ミオンとしてのケイちゃんとの関係はとても気に入ってるよ。わがままだと知ってるけど、もう一回。
きっと気づいてくれるよ、ケイチくん。
そうかな。
I don't know, he's pretty tense.
レナも応援するから、みーちゃんの悲しみが軽くなる方法を探してみようよ。
Yeah, this is a lot deeper than I
私を
expected.
信じて。
I like this. This is good writing.
みーちゃんを泣かせたりなんか絶対にさせないから。
信じる。信じる。
I just wish we didn't have the
きっ
whole
とケイ
Hooters
チくんは
experience.
みーちゃんのことも分かってくれるよ。それでね、無神経なことを言ってごめんねって言って、あのお店にみーちゃんを連れて行って、あのお人形をプレゼントしてくれるの。
うん。うん。
そうしたらみーちゃんもありがとうって言うんだよ。茶化しちゃダメだよ。素直に言うんだからね。
うん。
No, she's really broken up about this.
欲しいなって言ったら、ケイちゃん買ってくれます？
Mion said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment. But like Mion, I quelled that impulse.
いいよミオン。 今日までのお礼ってことでどれでも買ってやるよ。
My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order to not lose Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well.
だから私ミオンじゃなくてシオン。
じゃあシオンに買ってやるよ。
Shion looked down. Red-faced, she pointed at the doll in the dress through the store window.
本当にいいんですか？あのドレスのだけはちょっぴり高いんですよ。
値段の問題じゃないだろう。気持ちの問題だよ。
Assuming you have the money for it.
私今日はケイちゃんに嫌なお客さんから助けてもらえて本当に嬉しかったです。先輩たちもみんな助けてくれなかったのにケイちゃんだけは助けてくれました。
Well, I tried.
私の肩をグイって引っ張ってくれましたよね。あの時すごくかっこよかったです。
Right after that, though. Maybe
なの
not.
に私恥ずかしくってちゃんとしたお礼もできなくって。
I clamped my head down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would to Rena and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Rena, would have spaced out and blushed slightly.
そんな難しいのは抜きでいいよ。あの時あげてればよかったんだ。そうすればみんな楽しく笑ってられたんだ。
Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red, like she was trying to hold back laughter and tears.
今買ってくるよ。そこで待ってろよ。
私も一緒に行きます。
Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. It is her uncle's shop, after all. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore.
お姉がどうしてケイちゃんのことを好きなのか私よく分かった気がします。ねえケイちゃんのことちょっぴり好きになってもいいですか？
The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa, what am I doing? I had reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me.
すみません。表のショーウィンドウにあるドレスの人形が欲しいんですけど。
You? After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement, and an apron-clad employee soon appeared.
ケイちゃん？
What? No, not until they're both on screen at the same time.
なんであんたがここにいるの？バイト中のお姉には関係ありません。
But now this makes no sense! They literally just had like a 30-minute flashback explaining how they were the same person, and now you're telling me they're not? What was the point of all of that then? Okay, I changed what I said when I said it was good writing. This doesn't even make any lick of sense anymore. But, okay. I guess we're going with this.
私、ケイちゃんとデート中なんですから。
Under false pretenses.
なんだケイちゃん。
Oh, now we have to snub Mion on the same doll twice. But now the real question is, how often have they been doing the twin swap? You know they've been doing the twin swap, at least at some points. This is just getting too confusing. Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. But that was the same with me! If she was here, then who was next to me? Exactly!
最初からそうだって言ってますよ。園崎シオンです。
But literally nothing that we just figured out makes any sense
お
anymore.
姉の双子の妹ですよ。ケイちゃんだって私のことをシオンって呼んでたじゃないですか。
We literally had a flashback of Mion's conversation with Rena 5 minutes earlier, how she was explaining that she was going to try to get Keiichi to buy her the doll by pretending to be someone else. So what is even going on here? It's too late for me to try to figure this out. Shion, saying that, pouted cutely.
どういうことなの？
I want to know that too, Mion.
説明してよ、シオン。別にお姉がご就寝のケイちゃんってどんな人なのかなって思って。
You know, sometimes in Fire Emblem that 2% chance hits.
デザートフェスタのチケットを都合してあげたんです。そしたらケイちゃん、私が嫌なお客さんに絡まれているところにさっそうと現
To
れ
be
て、
fair, that was the right thing to do.
バッタバッタとなぎ倒して私を助けてくれて。
Thanks for leaving out the other details. Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost. I just can't even process this
電話を
anymore.
くれたろ昨日さ。
しないよ私。何のことか全然わかんない。
私ケイちゃんのために
Why does she have such an evil looking... Is Shion the biggest troll in the entire world and we just didn't realize it? That smile though. Wow.
あれは私だもんね。それともあれお姉だったの？
Don't mess with my brain, Shion.
園崎ミオン
Mion.
ともあろうお方が手作り弁当を作って男の子の家に海外しく届けに行ったの？
Maybe we're going crazy again.
へえ、お姉って見かけによらず大胆。
With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head.
知らない知らない。
ほらねケイちゃん、お姉は知らないって。だから昨日までのは全部私、園崎シオンなの。私のふりをしたお姉かもしれないって思ってたかもしれないけど、
I didn't even think you existed! Because it doesn't make any sense! I couldn't tell up from down at that moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock. Well, this is going to be hard to explain to people now. This is going to be hard to explain to Mion later. I guess this means they're different people, though, and I gotta say, well, I'm not sure maybe after this scene, but I definitely liked Shion more than Mion. I think Keiichi has better chemistry of her.
表のショーケースの人形包んでくださいね。大好きになった人からの初めてのプレゼントだから、ちゃんとリボン付きで。
Is she just trolling Mion right now, or is she actually have feelings for us? Because if she actually has feelings for us, then it's kind of cute. If she's just trolling Mion, then you're taking it too far. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by the sly-faced Shion. My brains had stopped working. Yeah, mine too. I am gonna, like, rewatch this footage in editing this week and try and figure out if there's a way that this actually makes sense that I can figure out at this point.
どうなって。
じゃあ行こう。
Part of me still doesn't even really believe it.
もう暗くなってきたけど。
But they are on screen at the same exact time, so they are two different people, unless we're just hallucinating.
おね、悪いけど沖宮の家に電話して車を回すように言ってもらえる？自転車も積めるようにワゴンか何かで来てほしいって伝えてね。
Shion, was your bike stolen? Because I think I know the delinquents who did it. In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment. I am so sorry, Mion. I didn't mean for it to be like this.
ケイちゃん。
Because from her perspective, she kind of has feelings for us, and then we walk in arm in arm, apparently on a date with her twin sister. That's got to be the ultimate snub. After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. I'm sorry, Mion. I didn't want you to find out this way. I feel like I can't use any thumbnails that has both of them in the same photo, though, because that's a spoiler. I don't want to put spoilers in my thumbnails. New tips unlocked. It hasn't been long enough. Okay, normally I was going to end it here, but if that has anything relating to how Mion and Z... Not easy being green! That's a great achievement name. Please tell me this is not a lone skit, because good lord, I need to go to bed.
だから初めましてじゃないですって。昨日まで毎日お会いしてたじゃないですか。
もういい。お前がそうだって言うならそういうことでいい。
Someone from Shion's house came to get me in a station wagon. I had initially refused, but Shion insisted, and so both my bicycle and I ended up stuffing in the car. Oh, she was getting our bike to go back. Okay. Said car was currently driving across the single bumpy road leading to Hidemezawa. For goodness sake, Shion was at Mion's level at least, or maybe even a bit better of an actor. Either way, no matter what questions I pressed her with, she'd slip out of them like an eel.
しかし、そっくりだな。ミオンみたいに髪を後ろで結んだら。
さあ、試せばそうなるんじゃないですか。私たち筋金入りの一卵性です。
I kinda need answers.
昔は服を取り替えっこしただけで誰も見破れなかったものです。
In the past, why not anymore?
お姉と一緒に断るごとに入れ替わっていろいろと騙したりしましたっけ。
I told you, the twin swap is a trope. You know, if there are identical twins in a piece of fiction, the twin swap will be in play. The middle-aged driver wearing a black suit breathed a heavy sigh like he were a butler.
なあにかさい。
その深いため息は
He's like, you're such a handful.
失礼しました。昔から変わられないなと。
Why doesn't Kasei have a sprite? I want to see him. You could see many years of hardship on the man's face through the rearview mirror.
それより
Poor
ケイちゃんの家
Kasei.
ってこっちでいいんですか？葛西は
葛西
園崎本家の道以外はひなみ沢をよく知らないから任せておくと矢後地あたりまで走ってっちゃいますよ。
ブブ
そりゃ困る。すみません。次の右に入る細い道
Stop the car!
止めてください。そこまでで結構です。
He stopped the car at the desired place. The driver, Kasai-san, got my bike out of the trunk for me.
どうもすみません。今日は送ってもらってありがとうございます。
He does have a sprite! Dude! This guy looks like the bossiest boss I'd ever bossed. Oh! This guy's awesome. He's got like a tie-dye tie in the original art style. Oh, Dane, he looks cool in all the art styles, but I definitely... Oh, he's got a skull tie. This is so good.
はい。
いろいろと災難はあると思いますが、そのうち飽きると思いますので、どうかそれまでご辛抱ください。
He gave me a deep, deep look of sympathy. This guy has definitely been dealing with the Sonozaki sisters ever since they were little kids.
ですが、ミオンさんと同じで、根は優しい方なんですよ。
それはつまり、ミオン並みに迷惑をかけるやつだ。
This guy has a sprite, so he must be important, though. The man's face froze in a smile, his reply lost. Hey, back me up here.
じゃあねケイちゃん、また会いましょうね。お姉にもよろしくお伝えください。
I'm never gonna be able to trust these two again.
私も明日から
Because they're both trolly enough to pretend to be each other.
絶対に来るな。シオンが転校してきたら、俺が沖宮の学校に転校するから。
それはすごくひどいことですよ、ケイちゃん。
A short beep of the horn. The man gave a little wave to me from the driver's seat. Then the car withdrew into the dark night roads, leaving dust in its wake. Man, this entire day made no sense. You're telling me! I ran into Mion while I was with Shion, and the former's expression, like a pigeon shot with a pellet gun, had finally begun to make a strong impression on me. Everybody who watches these while knowing the story ahead of time is just get like every time I'm like, why are they trying to make it like they're twins? They're the same person. You're just gonna be if only I knew. That's how it's gonna be. Okay, well, that stream went almost an hour and a half longer than I expected, so we are gonna save right here. I can't even process all of the twists that happened here. I don't know what to think of it. It's too late for me to think of it. Maybe I'll have some ideas next time I stream, which will, at least for Higurashi, will always be on Sunday. We're continuing in Backyard Hockey on Wednesday, and Friday we will be starting a brand new thing, Game Roulette, where I will play random games that people request or that are randomly selected from my game collection for short periods of time. So it should be a lot of fun. It's experimental, and I hope it's great. Otherwise, thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night, a great week, and God bless everybody.